Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the E-Hub. The E-Hub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the E-Hub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy E-Hub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the E-Hub. The E-Hub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the E-Hub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy E-Hub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the eHub. The eHub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the eHub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy eHub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the eHub. The eHub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the eHub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy eHub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the eHub. The eHub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the eHub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central, but mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy eHub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the eHub. The eHub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the eHub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central, but mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy eHub. Thank you. Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the eHub. The eHub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the eHub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy eHub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the eHub. The eHub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the eHub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy eHub. Thank you. Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the E-Hub. The E-Hub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the E-Hub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy E-Hub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the E-Hub. The E-Hub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. Related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy E-Hub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the E-Hub. The E-Hub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the E-Hub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy E-Hub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the E-Hub. The E-Hub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the E-Hub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy E-Hub. Thank you. I'm Joanne Flett. I'm an advisor to the Entrepreneurship Hub in Trinidad and Tobago, an effort run out of the U.S. Embassy and affectionately known on the island as the eHub. The eHub is seeking to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. We provide training, networking, and shared knowledge about business practices. This is an invitation to join the eHub on a social entrepreneurship mapping project, a project that brings together all of the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago that's seeking to align and solve social issues while being profitable. A social entrepreneur simultaneously pursues both financial and social return on investment. For social entrepreneurs, the social mission is explicit and central. But mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is improving social conditions. So if you are a social entrepreneur pursuing people, planet, and profitable goals, please reach out to us at the U.S. Embassy eHub. Thank you.
Very lovely, guys. I'm giving you all a round of applause. All right. Thank you for being here. And I want to share what we know, because it's not about what we have. It's not our hub, really. It's about how we in this position can leverage, or you all can leverage this, what we're doing here, right? Which is the U.S. Embassy and the willingness to host this hub. Right? So let's see if my screen will come up. I have to be quick because we have a very important person waiting on us, Dr. Joanne Flett, but you'll hear more about her soon. Right, so the convenient. You all could ask questions, huh? Not too much, but you all could ask. Right, so the beginning. Whew. So I've given you all guys all the information I have, or I could remember, right? So it was like 2018. I just quit my job, and because I quit my job, I saw a program application to attend this program called YLI, Young Leaders of the Americas Initiative, hosted by the U.S. Department of State. So they took us to America for 6 weeks, right? Me and that girl in black eating the food there, right? And 4 of us. And they taught us about entrepreneurship, mentored us, put us next to a bigger company, and we learned to see the scale up at work, and it was so inspirational. You got to see how a person's network, how another country or another state, how they interacted and promoted entrepreneurship. And when we came back, it was like, this thing is the best thing since sliced bread. I want to promote entrepreneurship too, and we're all fired up. And it so happened that the U.S. Embassy also had something going on in the meanwhile. So back then, there was this lady called Noreen Nalia, and she was the Deputy Public Affairs Officer. And they said, how could we improve Trinidad and Tobago? Because back then it was ISIS, and they're saying, boy, to get Trinidad out of crime, entrepreneurship is a key. So let me promote entrepreneurship. So they did a whole study, and they say, wait, boy, you know what, we could really work here if we could have like a hub going on. So they call us in, the YLIers and the alumni, because this is the persons that the U.S. Embassy knows, because we connected through programs with them. And they say, hey, anybody interested in promoting entrepreneurship? And some of us raised our hands, and we kind of stalled on it a bit, because, you know, we're busy doing our own business, you know, making ends meet. Right? And then they had this Fulbrighter. Fulbrighter is another program where someone comes down to Trinidad to study. But this Fulbrighter, she was originally from Trinidad, Joanne Flett, Dr. Joanne Flett. And so she was really passionate and said, hey, and her PhD was in social entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship. And she now said, hey, come, she spoke to Nalia and brought together that time was myself and a guy called BJ, and say, hey, let's do this thing. Let's start up with a small grant and start the ball rolling. So we said, okay, who else we could look out for? And we pulled together some other persons connected to the alumni. And we said, okay, we're going to start taking on a little grant here and there. So that's how the OR project came about. Right? And so now you can see that the Entrepreneurship Hub was really just a way for us to connect to the embassy to facilitate projects. Um, as a CEO, as you'll see later on, one of the challenges, because I'll go into later, but I'll just touch on it. I wanted to, so everybody wanted to come back to Trinidad. They wanted to promote entrepreneurship, but there were difficulties. Difficulties in terms of, I'm not an NGO. I don't want to start my own NGO. I want to be me. I want to be my camera guy, right, making my money, right? So, and how do I? But I wanted to do that in a nice way and to give back. But there are some difficulties, as you guys noted in the survey, right? So let's see. All right. So the challenge. Okay. So, what is the challenge here? The challenge is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship in Trinidad and Tobago. Right? And to be specific, the World Economic Forum report in 2019, out of 141, ranked Trinidad pretty high. When I say pretty high, the higher the number is actually worse to go, right? So it knocks us on entrepreneurial culture, attitudes towards entrepreneurial risk, growth of innovative companies. Look at those numbers, guys. Companies embracing disruptive ideas, financing of SMEs, and venture capital availability. And you guys know this. Well, you don't know this because you don't really have it, but we could do a lot better. And this is a challenge here in Trinidad and Tobago. And also, there was this book written, Latin American entrepreneurs. Many firms were Latin innovation. So, interacting with the World Bank once, and it's really cool to see they pay these people like hundreds of millions of dollars, assuming, to do intricate studies, to write books, to tell us what we're doing wrong, right? And it's really revealing. So let's look at the next slide there. All right. Right. So leaders in the region are fully aware of the importance of boosting productivity, of course. But what is this battle about? This report argues that it's about establishing an enabling environment in which entrepreneurs can emerge, compete, and innovate. It's about building an innovative entrepreneurial class in which top-notch firms that export goods, services, and even capital, no longer look tepid in contrast to the entrepreneurial superstars elsewhere. What are they saying? We know that productivity is important, but we need to create that enabling environment. As the previous slide showed, our culture and entrepreneurial ecosystem could be improved, right? However, the region lacks the nature of business created. Growth increases with size and declines with age, as stands to reason that a firm that didn't expand quickly during its youth or middle-age years arguably less likely to enjoy its growth spurt in old age. So let me interpret that. We have plenty firms in Trinidad and Tobago. We have plenty parlors, plenty doubles, right? And are these firms, companies growing? Are they going to be big? Are they going to support jobs? Are they going to promote growth? No. They're saying that, and if this didn't happen, if their growth didn't happen as soon as it started, if your growth didn't happen as soon as it started, the chances are that you may remain small. And we have plenty firms, but little innovation, right? So although we embrace the presumption that the spirit of innovation is a driver of modern market economies around the world, meaning innovation leads to successful economies, not just in the United States, the challenge for policymakers remains figuring out how to shape policies, including laws and institutions, to enhance the incidence of transformational entrepreneurship so that surviving entrepreneurs become true innovators. All right. So you guys still alive, you're still in the game, right? But you'll see a lot of people fall out. A lot of people leave. I have a friends who left engineering and they went back in because it just wasn't working out, right? And understandably so. And because of of course, the environment. But we need to make sure that this environment is healthy enough for us, right? I have an analogy I always like to use. So back when I was working in the industrial plant, I wanted to be the best engineer I could, right? And I said, I don't care about my boss. I don't care how bad you treated me. I go and be the best, and I go and change. Is about how good I could be. I read 7 Habits of Highly Effective Persons, right? And I said, hey, I go and change my circle of influence, and I go and expand my circle of influence. And it was hard. Still didn't get promoted for a while, but I still kept going. And then one day I walking down and I'm thinking, you know, you could be the best tree you could be, but if you're in the wrong climate, you'll still die, right? And I was like, wow, right? And after that, I said, nah, this isn't making sense, right? And there was one of the contributing reasons for why I left my job. So you gotta get trees, but unless we fix this climate, you'll never compete against Uber, right? And Apple, right? That's what it's saying. We're just looking like many films, but little excellence, right? So cool. So about us, I think I said this already. Yes, it started off with the Wildlife alumni, but that is because that is who the U.S. Embassy could get their hands on, right? They need to let us know, hey, this is what you see, this is what you can't see, this is what we stand for, right? This is what we're about, this is where the money is, this is what we're supporting, right? This is where you could get money from, so we know that, right? Hope they're not listening to me, but they're okay, we know that. And there is value that they want to support, right? I learned that there are organizations that support, but there is that hurdle, that gap between us and them, right? That, and you all mentioned it a lot in the results, right? Okay, next. Right. Our primary task is to become an entrepreneurship community that promotes collaboration, consensus building, and shared knowledge about best business practices. Right? Next. Yeah. Gonna continue to push and try to effectively figure out how to change policy, but I need your guys' help because I ain't that smart. Right? All is smart. We smart. Collectively smart, and we can start pushing and asking. So the mapping project, right? This is a lot of projects that we did over time, like, or even teaching photography. It's almost like, okay, this is a good example here, right? On my own, right? I couldn't access grant funding to give back to the community, right? To give back to folks because I'm not an NGO, right? But Entrepreneurship Hub is an NGO, and Entrepreneurship Hub now, through the Entrepreneurship Hub, I can now help other folks. So it became this outlet for me to be able to give back in a social way. And we have many women here, and all are phenomenal, inspiring, excellent stuff that you guys are doing. Keep it up. Alright, so mapping the social entrepreneurial landscape. So this was the first project that we took on, and we said, alright, this is really Joanne's brainchild here. And she said, okay, what we could do? She said, if we could show that there are enough entrepreneurs in here that care about good goals, right, social sustainable goals, then this group of entrepreneurs can raise their hand collectively and say, hey guys, there are 100 of us, and we see that this is an issue and we need help. So it's no longer you staying just saying, hey, this is a problem, because nobody's studying Eastern alone, right? Nobody's studying Lucia alone, but together when we come and say, hey guys, we did a survey, we talked to 100 of us, and you go to the Chamber of Commerce, and everybody want to support us, huh? Everybody want to support entrepreneurship. Everybody. But you just had to have this way of showing that we are a consensus. And then as a consensus, we say, we want this, and we want this support. Right? That is the goal in a nutshell for this project. Right. Okay, cool. So getting into the results now. You guys do everything. Every single sustainable development goal, especially no poverty and decent work and economic environment. So this is just a bar chart of all the goals that persons identified. I did notice a lot of persons identified like quite a number of goals. Few persons identified like 1 or 2 or 3 goals, and some persons actually said no, or they weren't unsure of how they align with the sustainable development goals. All right. From the survey, we saw most of us during that early stage of the business, right, between 0 and 2 years, 0 and 5 years, and around 6 to 7. And very few are past that 10 and 15 year mark, right? Which is kind of falls in line with this study from Investopedia that says a lot of businesses fail. 20% after the first 2 years, 45% during the first 5 years, 65 during the first 10 years, and then 25 when the businesses make it to 15 years or more. So if we're doing this, if we're making sure this climate is good, right, we're affecting these young businesses, and that's why it's so important, because this is what's contributing to the death of us, right? And what's next? So the next question was, please share a setback that you have experienced based on the systems in place in Trinidad and Tobago for social entrepreneurs. So this was a fun question. We got a lot of responses, a lot of meaty responses, long responses. It was quite interesting, right? Let's see next one. Right, so of course, by a landslide, everyone said funding. I know you all have guessed this one. Of course, inadequate funding, working capital, loans and grants very hard to access. Contracts and requests for proposals are usually set for companies that already have large sums to invest. So if you don't know what that means, it means, all right, we have this job, but you already had to finish your job first, right? And it's a big job, so you had to finance that job, right? And if you don't have any loan, you don't have a grant, you don't have a GoLaddy problems, right? Hey, my daddy has support me as well, which is responsible for my success, I would say, right? So TNT government, regional and international agencies, communication of opportunity. All right. So they have opportunities, but the communication of these opportunities for social entrepreneurs does not reach a large segment of those who stand to capitalize on them, unless they're actively seeking this information. Very true. So it's only after I did that program, by chance, I came into it, and even finding out of that program was a real, by chance thing, right? So my wife signed up for YBTT. She didn't really finish the full program, but she was in the WhatsApp group. And then this guy posts a post in the WhatsApp group. My wife said, well, she can go because she's still working. Shine Pops, you could go. All right, I will go now. And because I went to that, I now started to interact with this community, right? And then you might see why Alpha, and it's like, these people just taking advantage of all the grants and everything because they're part of the network, and they say, yeah, this is how it's done, right? And I'm like, wait, I don't know that kind of life, right? Right? And it's a art, is a skill, right? It's a way, but not necessarily a way that everyone knows. And especially when you're now starting off, you know what? A nice little story, a segue. So in that wildlife program, I went away, and the first business I did was servicing and selling medical equipment. So we were in the United States, and one of the challenges, what we had to do was to go and sell to someone in the US. So I'm from Trinidad, and I try to sell everything. And when I walk into this unit, there are warehouse, and it's in big warehouse, bigger than this building, 2 or 3 times this building size, and they're just focusing on one thing, specializing. Right? Clean, spick and span, excellent stuff. And I'm like, how am I going to compete with that? Right? This guy, and they're saying, well, no, you can't really do everything because, you know, you have to buy this and invest in this kind of equipment, invest in this paint room. So, and it hurt because I spent all this time to realize invested in a business idea that wasn't competitive, right? Or that may not be supported. But if you're aware of these grants, then you know this is what's supported. This is where there's room, and there's like a direction that can help you a lot. Right? Right, go back one. I didn't write this, but I feel this statement here. Right? This research is competing with business survival for bandwidth in the minds of many of the business survival for bandwidth in the minds of many of the social entrepreneurs. That is me there, guys, if we're being honest. I have 3 children to 9, right? I have a business to run, right? And I come here and spend time doing this. It hurts, right? It hurts when we do this. So that's why you need plenty of people, but it's a real challenge, right? So just seeing that there. Whoever write this, good job, right? Next one. Right, registration model. Wow, a lot of persons connected with this, and I had to put some of the way some of the funding was worded. It was couldn't get funded because of the registration model. Right. So example here is I don't have any specific systems in place for social entrepreneurs. There is no legal form that encourages a company to use its profits for a social or environmental mission. No one that permits a charitable organization to have commercial activities. The tax code discourages this form of sustainability. All right, so let's break that down. Let's say you're a for-profit company, like me. I'll use me as an example. COVID hit, so you're getting this internal sense of looking back in yourself and saying, you know what, I'm going to do better by life. And I'm saying, how could I do better? You know what, I want to support social entrepreneurship and do some good. And I use my video photo skills to give back to society. Right? Alright, I'm going to apply for a grant to do this. Yeah, this making sense. Go for a grant. I can't give you any money. You're not an NGO. Right? So it's like, oh, well, let's throw that out. I go back and shooting commercials and corporations, right? Where that pay me. So you see that's the hurdle number one. If you're a for-profit, it's like, nah, this is not for you. And it kind of limits limits us from directly tackling the SDG goals, right? And if you are a for-profit company, a not-for-profit company, all right. So the difference between a for-profit and a not-for-profit. Any takers? Anybody wants to answer? Like the main difference? Yeah. Yes. That's correct. Very, very good. So it says like if you want to make a living of an NGO, you need to pay yourself a salary. And that is a whole issue on its own, right? Why must we be paying you? Should we pay you the best? Should we really be paying you a stipend? How much money can we justify as a whole kettle of fish there? And imagine doing all of this for your whole life, and then when you're done, it's like, if you cannot go on, whatever you have done, go say next NGO that is similar in nature. So forget your children and your house that you want to build and all these things. Now, that profit or that the ownership of the NGO is not yours, right? It is for the society, right? So that is a bit of a challenge, a bitter pill, right? And that there stops us from persons from maybe taking it on and therefore stopping the support with regards to finance in that area. Right. So, which one? Alright. Funding either commercial banks or grants. There is no specialized financing consideration for social entrepreneurs. Yeah, because it's like social entrepreneurship isn't a thing. Is it really your NGO or a for-profit business? Yeah. No. That's right. So next one. So you all hits on your head, you know. I've had to change our business model from for-profit to non-profit due to a unsustainable business model and to achieve more sponsorship from larger corporations. Additionally, there were grants that we were qualified for due to projects or ideas we had, but were eligible for or not eligible due to our status as a for-profit entity. So same thing, they want to take on grants and they reach the hurdle. No, this is for NGOs. Right? Next one. Registration model. The path to good governance is difficult. Right, the cost of obtaining an accountant, bookkeeper, NAS, VAT, PAYE, health surcharge, and admin to manage it all makes jumping from unformalized to formalized difficult. Right? I think what the person is saying here is when you are a corporation or a limited liability, there's a number of things needed to be done to be formalized. So one of the specifications for tenders might be audited accounts, and to get to that stage, it is a huge hurdle, right? And the access hurdle from young entrepreneurs, right? So you are going right next to the biggest and the baddest in the country, and they have the whole departments doing this. And for you to match them, you need to have a department too, right? So it is quite a issue there. Right? There are price controls, stable resources or unstable resources. There are limitations when it comes to acquiring raw materials and machinery in Trinidad and Tobago. Cost of importation, taxes and duties on these goods. Minimal incentives to go green. Why? That medical business. When COVID hit and you had to order stuff and the tax man hit you and customs hit you and shipping hit you and you say there are problems in Miami, it's like, what are doing here? I can't even get money in US and then I'm not getting paid. Guys, I ain't gonna let me just start, right? So the next page. Price control is important because when prices increase, it affects business because I cannot increase my price every time goods that I use increase. Yeah. That was my understanding of this. Alright, next one. Right, long shipping times and high shipping costs, small market, unstable cost of goods, cost of material rises all the time. Next one. Government services. Lack of coordination between government agencies, red tape with establishing business, access to correct information. Yeah, we know this. If you want to register business in Trinidad, is you had to prepare to take a couple of days. You just have to be persistent. If you have a registered business, you have what it takes to be a successful entrepreneur, right? Because it's just saying, you know what, every day I go in. Or what, I'm missing this? Oh, no problem, I'll come back. I'll take another day off, right? Over and over and over and over, right? So, statutory requirements. Let's talk about the NIS and everything. Alright, next one. Stakeholder communication and engagement. Finding partners who are visible and actively seeking to collaborate. This project is already a great initiative and gives me hope to contact you. Right? Volunteer participation. Regardless of how well funded the project is, at some point community participation becomes necessary for buy-in or assistance. However, being able to convince people to participate has been a challenge. Yeah, because people busy trying to live and survive, you know. So this is what happens. So, but it hurts us. I lucky I get here today, right? So, so you have to see how we keep this up. Next slide. Financial services. There are difficulties in accessing proper banking facilities. If you are unable to show that you are employed by someone else who can provide you with a job letter and show that you are earning a specific salary, there seems to be more hurdles if you are a startup or self-employed. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Thank you. Lovely. Okay. See, making sense already, guys. Right? Yeah. So you know what happened just now there? Those two females just saved somebody days, right? Days just by interacting, right? So and sharing that information. You should have a okay. Nice, nice. Yeah. I understand. So it sounds like we that knowledge sharing is very valuable to know what applies for who, right? And this is very good. Thank you. All right. So online payment systems, some virtual platforms do not yet operate in my country. Recognition as a legitimate business. Anyone has online payment set up successfully? Yeah. For your company, so let's say somebody can take a credit card and pay online. Yeah. Right. So one. Yeah, like a website. Anyway, something that works. Something that works. Yeah, service provider. Hmm. Hmm. Just one, guys. I just answer me. Right? Hello?
Johnny, yes, sir.
I try to hear. What's your name? Chika. Shika. Just stand. Yeah. Say that one more time if you apply for a business account. Mm. Thank you very much. That's very good. Okay, Republic Bank, very good. All right, what's next? All right. So some person cited resources, guidance, and technical expertise. I'm unsure of what systems are actually in place. More information, more guidance, and more discourse around social entrepreneurship is needed. Knowledge about business, problems to get the documents in time. So I guess if somebody knows somebody, and if somebody knew that field there, right, then life could be easier, right? But that's what it is. If you have the access to the correct information, then it can make your life a lot easier, right? And that's what we should be doing as entrepreneurs. That's something that we could do. We don't have to wait on the government to do that. Mm. Thanks. Should I catch that on the video? No, but actually, one of my big contracts I got once, or big clients. No, really, it wasn't a big contract. It was a big name client, and it was a funny story. So I'll tell you guys. Right? So now I come back from Wildlife, and I learn about networking. Right? I learn about the importance of it because I went to a networking session. And this networking session was a spelling bee, right? Like a real lame, but I mean, we across there. They tell us network. This is the third day in a row we're networking, right? It's 10 of us, and at that time we say we have to go every day. We tie from Caribbean. We do go out every night, right? So they say you don't have to go, right? So 3 of us went. Now in my group, there's a guy that sells Andean whiskey. This is the first kind of Andean whiskey. There's actually distilled 15,000 feet in the mountains by the Andean women, and take the greens. Beautiful story. Everybody tells a story too. They say like, I want some whiskey, right? So but he didn't go that day. And I just walking about meeting people, hello, and this lady, nice, says, hello, how you doing? Where you from? Nice. What do you do? Oh, I am the international marketing director of Jack Daniel's whiskey, right? Come here in Louisville. That is the place where whiskey is and I'm like, I know exactly the person you need to be talking to. He ain't come, right? So I take the numbers and I try and connect it, but that connection never made, right? And that was like a little lesson to me. So when I came back to Trinidad, I was like, well, in Chapman the Year Awards, I go in that, right? Hey, how much our ticket? $1,000. You know, I'm a photographer. I can take photos. I'm sorry, I'm a photographer. $1,000. But I'm going, right? But my friend, he was getting an award that time, and he happened to call, right? And he said if I wanted to come, right? So I was like, yes. It was like 7 o'clock. It was 6:30 that time. 7 o'clock started, and I'm cool, and I run up the way. I reach late, but at least I reach inside. And afterwards, I walk around the phone, and I'm telling everybody, hey, I'm a videographer. This is what I do, and I'm showing them. And this person, oh, that's nice. You know, we have an entrepreneurship thing on Tuesday. By the time I quit my job, so I could go, right? So I went, and it was Guardian, I'm supposed to call the name. Oh, I call the name. Guardian Life. They had an entrepreneurship thing where the lead chairman came to Trinidad, and he just wanted to meet entrepreneurs and tell his story about entrepreneurship. So I walk in the room, and I learn a couple of things. I look around the room, I look at the back, a guy looking just like me, with nobody else there, and I look at the front of the room, once that old people. So I walk up and see old people and sit down, right? And they happy to hear sit down next to a young person, right? Right? So they ask them what I do and whatnot, and I show them, and I asked them a couple questions, and then at the end I was like, well, how could I be of service to you? And like, I just want to create more things like this, right? And he's like, okay, go and talk to that person. That person was the same person who invited me to the conference, right? And I just keep calling her a couple times. Then she's like, okay, fine, I have opportunity. Yeah, go and do this, right? We have like a little bit of budget. I was like, okay, sure. I go and I call it all my friends. I bought a car, I make a big ad, and I show them. And they're like, hey, in 3 days you pull it over, right? And it's like, hey, yes, it's one. It's the best thing you ever seen. And they love it, right? And I take that now and I went and show somebody else and be like, hey, I did this for God. And then, oh, I love this. How do this for me, right? And it's just that's how that networking went about, right? Oh, I forget. Yeah, I'm going off tangent. But it was a good story. It just shows the importance of events like this, right? Because you never know that somebody you never meet, right? And you say, hey, I know do this, and just that connection will be to our next connection, and that next connection is a big connection there, right? So this had happened very often. An example, back there in Louisville, it was every day they had us going somewhere, right? Every day. But I will tell you that when you do start networking, you're going to reach a point where like, boy, I don't have time to go out and market because I'm busy fulfilling the orders, right? And the only way I need to market again is when I fulfill my team get larger, right? So, but at least for the get-go, you need to have that network, these kind of forums, right? So when somebody say, oh, Organo Gardens, I know an agriculture guy for you to talk to, right? He can show you everything you need to know, right? And just a link, right, is what you need. All right. I think Joanne might beat me up, right? She gonna beat me up? Yes, she gonna beat me up? Okay, gonna beat me up. All right, COVID-19, going too quickly now. People quarrel about this. Next one. All right, challenges we had with the survey, right? People did not identify with the definition of social entrepreneurship. I mean, what is social entrepreneurship? We don't really talk about that. That word is not really used in Trinidad. So people might be doing it, might be doing stuff to improve the goals, but they just don't know. It's not a word that identifies with them, so they don't really respond. Right? Some persons aren't full time, so they don't see themselves as entrepreneurs. Right? Cool. Right. And finally, what some people said, they feel as we as a society need to do more to help others. In my opinion, giving back is not something that is taught a lot in this technological era, and thus many persons don't see the need to do it. I want that to change, and I'm always trying to encourage everyone to give back and to help others in any way that they can. And I'm so glad I can use my business to do this. Yeah, this is a social entrepreneur speaking here. Right, this is very good stuff. Next one. Next page, right. But things are beginning to change for the better. There's a lot of distrust and hoarding of information and resources locally. I think entrepreneurs having more opportunities to communicate and share their personal experiences in trying to start up and grow a business will help them to empathize and want to share more when they realize we're all going through similar journeys and will benefit from sharing knowledge and expertise. Yes, we need to change the climate, right? Because unless the climate will change, you need those entrepreneurs on this side to exist and grow so they could come back and help you, like how you just helped them, right? Right, so I also want to thank some other folks that I didn't get to mention from before. Folks that when we started the hub, it was hard because it was first as me and VG, right? And then VG, he went on to do something else. And by that time we had Deirdre Crystal Leakin, right? Right, so she's a real do it person, right? We had Karen also on the hub. Right, Karen is the green guy on the hub, right? Everything agricultural. You had Shan, waste management, right? And we had David Roberts. David Roberts started off as the Medco guy, right? He was the head of Medco, and then he got a big promotion and went on to be CEO of TDT. So every time if you're lucky enough, you'll have him, but he'll be too busy for us sometimes. No, but I'm just joking. He's really helped. Right, and I need help. He actually registered the hub, like this is during COVID. When I called him and he's like, he going to Tobago because that's where it registering. Right? That's who taking me to stuff. The Atlantics to get stuff registered during COVID, guys. Right? So yep. So make sure I'm not missing anybody. Leah is an admin, right? You always call in. There's a lot of work and a lot of work behind the scenes, right? Vasha is the next admin there, right? And Stefan has always helped for all the events. So Stefan, you get big up. I'm making sure I big up Stefan because I'm a photographer, right? I would already get big up all the time. Right. So I have Dr. Joanne Flett. I know I'm supposed to have her for a while. Is she still with us? Oh yes. Joanne, I'm sorry. Let me introduce your bio. Can you pull up the bio? Oh, you have a bio, Pasha? All right. Joanne Flett is the boss of social entrepreneurship. She teaches this, she lives it, she's very passionate for it, and she's excellent at it. Right? She is the very foundation of the Entrepreneurship Hub. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for her, and I'm very grateful that she took time to come back and help us. Right? Those are the other stuff, like the things there, you can read it, right? But I really look up to her and I appreciate her. So Joanne, right, if you are with us, I'm going to make sure you're here. Give us a second. Yeah. Let's put our mic on it and you can be fine there. Oh no. I think the computer mic.
Yeah,
all right.
So I can't actually see you all. I'm hoping you can hear me. If you can, just maybe chat into the box. And then someone will have to make me a host so I can share my screen. Is that possible? I'm now the host. Good morning, everyone. I'm hoping you can hear me. If someone can give me a thumbs up in the chat, that would be great. Are you able to see my screen? You'll have to unmute because I can't hear you if you...
Hi, Joanne. Yes, you can hear us.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to jump into this. So sad to not be in person with you all today. I'm watching everyone kind of enjoy their breakfast, lunch, whatever that is. I'm hoping it's currants roll and doubles. I'm really missing out. So just greetings here. It's just coming up a little after 7 o'clock in Seattle, 7:30 in Seattle, and just really excited to be with you all. So I'll try to go through quickly. I have a bunch of slides, but the idea, I think, from what I've heard already in the room, is you're all formed in this way. So I was asked by Shem to talk about social entrepreneurship and sort of lay the landscape for it. This, of course, is my Fulbright work in Trinidad and Tobago. When I wrote the grant for Trinidad and Tobago, I believed that catalyzing social entrepreneurship on the island would alleviate poverty, which would then have a direct impact on crime. At least that was my thinking when I wrote the grant in 2018. Was awarded it for 2019 and actually came to Trinidad in 2020. Began teaching, and in my security briefing at the embassy,
Noreen Nalia tapped me on the shoulder and said, "You're here to do entrepreneurship work in Trinidad. Can you help us with this thing?" And then she introduced me to Shem, and the rest is good history. Very excited to be a part of this and continue to be a part of this even 2 years on. So I was asked to share a little bit about what social entrepreneurship is, and I'll say basically what you all know. Entrepreneurship is a dynamic process of vision, change, and creation. It requires an application of energy and passion towards the creation and the implementation of new ideas and creative solutions. I mean, let's just go one step in and say already two things in Trinidad. When I think of Trinidad, I think ultimately of creativity, of innovation. Nowhere is there a doubles in the world for a breakfast food. It's quick, it gives you carbs, it gives you protein with your chana. Nowhere is there, I keep thinking Starbucks here in Seattle needs to get a grip on it and put some currants roll in their cases, right? I mean, it would really blow up the whole experiment on coffee and currants roll. So entrepreneurs are innovators who drive a creative destruction process of capitalism. And by creative destruction, that's not harmful stuff. This is about going to next. For instance, in Africa, instead of having landlines like we had in Trinidad, I don't know if you remember the days when you used to have to go to your next door neighbor and get the phone because everybody had a phone. In Africa, on the African continent, they skipped the landlines completely and they went to cell phones. When I was in Rwanda, I had people using cell phones in really interesting and innovative ways. And they've also innovated around how they do money and online banking, right? So that's the creative destruction process of capitalism. The function of the entrepreneur is to reform or revolutionize the patterns of production. Joseph Schumpeter gives us this idea that entrepreneurs are change agents, right? They're change agents in the economy by serving new markets or creating new ways of doing things. They move the economy forward. I heard some of what you were talking about. We had some tech problems, so I went in and I went out. But I heard a few of you are alums from So when it comes to defining social entrepreneurship, this is how the Institute for Social Entrepreneurs thinks about it, right? You're pursuing a financial and a social return on your investment. I think for so long we've had it wrong just by pursuing maximum profit, right? We don't necessarily want to maximize profit. Profit's a good thing, so we want profit. But we don't need to squeeze our employees and to get every bit from our suppliers and to get every penny from our customers. We need to create value for customers who are willing to pay more than it costs to produce the good or the service. Profit, in my mind, is a reward for business done well, right? And profit maximization, forgive my French, sort of bastardizes profit by putting in a utility principle of let's make the most we can, and that's never good for persons or society. So the social entrepreneur is a signal that there's a change, there's a social change coming, and it's that potential payoff with its lasting benefit. It's a transformational benefit to society. The social entrepreneur is engaging in this transformational benefit to society, and that sets the field apart and its practitioners apart. So a social entrepreneur is different than a commercial straight-up entrepreneur. For the social entrepreneur, you may ask, well, how are they different from the commercial entrepreneur? The social mission is explicit and it's central. The mission-related impact becomes the criteria, not simply wealth creation. Wealth is important, but wealth is considered improving social conditions. So it's good for me, the employee, it's good for the customers, it's good for the business owner, it's good for the environment, it's good for the community. We're creating good. Social entrepreneurship, I love this definition. David Bornstein is a New York Times journalist, and he wrote this book called The Citizen Sector. Social entrepreneurship is a process by which citizens, which means this is the purview of anyone and everyone, citizens build or transform institutions to advance solutions to social problems. So we see the social problem, and we're building a process, and we're building a way to change that in society. Here's another group of leaders on this topic. Social entrepreneurship signals the imperative to drive social change and its potential payoff with lasting, transformational benefits to society, and it sets the field apart. So what is it? Here are the key elements. It's the individual, i.e. the entrepreneur or the citizen, and they inherit or they develop some process that begins transformation. And the transformation is complete in that it's paying attention to people, the planet, and to profit. In a few minutes, we can chat through this, but I'd like for you, if I was in the room with you all, I'd like to hear a couple people shout out what social entrepreneurship is, or how they would define it, right? The social entrepreneur is, for me, that would be, the social entrepreneur is someone who prioritizes people, planet, and profit. They're in pursuit of both social and financial goals, right? So it'd be great to hear how you would think through that and how you would kind of embody that, because that's actually how it works, or how it would work in the hub. This is something I use in all of my classes. When social entrepreneurship started by Greg Dees, he's considered the academic father of social entrepreneurship, but in fact, social entrepreneurs have existed since Florence Nightingale. I mean, they've been around for a long, long time, caring about society. When the father of social entrepreneurship, as an academic literature person writing about it and giving it a name, he created it on the nonprofit side. And so often people tend to think of it from a nonprofit angle, or they come at it as a nonprofit with income generating activities. Think of a church with a parking lot, and then they sell the parking at big sporting events. And then they moved into this concept of the social enterprise, which is you're kind of moving more around you're getting more money in the door, and you're getting it because you have a social response to how you're doing it. On the for-profit side, as we start moving, you have socially responsible businesses who are caring about how they show up in society. And then you have the corporation practicing social responsibility. So we've got the whole CSR, corporate social responsibility movement, and a lot of the corporations are talking about moving away from stockholder maximization to stakeholder theory. And then there's a traditional for-profit that's just in there and doing this work. I like to locate social entrepreneurship in this space that is between the social enterprise and the socially responsible business, and actually argue that radical middle there carves out the moment where the nonprofit and the for-profit sort of meet. So that you have elements of the for-profit, which is you're caring about a social issue, you're catalyzing a solution to that, but you're charging enough of a price so that your costs of operations are being met and you're actually moving things around. Look, today we need social entrepreneurs to help us find new avenues towards social improvement as we enter the next century. Our world is incredibly broken. And the best things that we can say are we have some of these sustainable development goals that people are driving towards. And I would say if you're having a business, think of really strategic ways in which you're going to embed or take up some of these sustainable development goals. And as you do it, there are resources for you to do that, right? So if you go onto the Sustainable Development Goals and you check out the UN's website, you'll see things that people are doing. There is the B Corp movement, and I'll put some of these together as resources that you can have as you think through your business. The B Corp movement, which is where my research centered, are a group of entrepreneurs who prioritize both the social and the for-profit abilities. And this group of entrepreneurs, you've heard of some of them, Ben and Jerry's, Greystone Bakery. It's a bakery up in New York that was hiring people who were formerly incarcerated and coming back to society. Before that was a cool thing in the US. They were doing it 20 years ago. Some of them are metrics that are designed to help them improve how they're paying attention to people, planet, and profit. They prioritize the stakeholder theory.
Joanne! Joanne, come back. Joanne, you there? Just unconnected. Here in the US, and maybe this is, I haven't spent enough time lately in Trinidad, but here in the US, we're just really bifurcated. We have, you know, a Republican Party and a Democrat Party. We have, you know, you're doing this and we're doing, you know, people are just taking such hard stance, and we need to have a way of thinking more collaboratively. We want to disrupt the binary way of thinking, says Martin and Augsburg. The binary way of thinking of the world, of politics as ideology, is right and left. Because seeing the world in that way causes us to miss out on too many opportunities for change and transformation. The existence of the hub is a group Let me know when I can resume, folks. I think she could resume because both of us muted, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's start Telegram.
It's gonna stop you feedback loop, right?
Can I resume, or I've just stopped sharing for just a second? Yes, okay, I've gotten the thumbs up. Okay, I'm going back in. Okay, so I know I'm throwing quite a bit at you here, but the social entrepreneur is taking direct action to transform the existing system. And I've heard you all talking about systems change today. You're talking about it from banking. You're talking about it from legal things, right? And so you are actually wanting to see Trinidad make some strategic changes, and hopefully the hub can join with you in figuring out what those changes are for banks, for registration of companies, for the pace of doing business. I mean, at the end of the day, we have, okay, you need me to go back 3 slides. Okay, hang on one second. I will lose the chat and go back 3 slides. Is that good? lost me? Just give me a thumbs up in the, one more, okay. One more, cool. Okay, so that was the best part of the presentation, no, I'm just kidding. The Sustainable Development Goals, I'm going to encourage you to look at them, kind of think through which of them you would pick and what to pick to weave into the strategic vision of your company. Indeed, this is going to help you kind of own the social entrepreneurship landscape more specifically. For instance, you care about quality education. So there's a company in Trinidad called Bees Ice Cream. I don't know if you know it, but she cares about quality education. And so when you buy Bees Ice Cream, some of her profits at the end of the year go back to her investing in places that allow kids to have good primary school education, helping sort some disenfranchised families into getting an education and being able to access the books and the uniforms and all of those kinds of things, right? So that's an example of her prioritizing a specific SDG goal and building it into the excess or the profits of her business, right? No, she doesn't lead with that. Nowhere on any of her kind of advertising does she say, hey, I'm involved in quality education. But this is going to allow you a moment to think about, what do I care about of these goals? These goals were developed, of course, to help move a conversation into how does business solve some of the difficult issues in our world, right? And so you can pick this up and take it into your business and create a strategy around it so that some of your profits go back here, catalyze some of these goals. So social entrepreneurship is very much a journey, right? You're recognizing an injustice or suffering, i.e. kids don't have access to education. You think of ways in which you can solve that issue through your business. I'm selling ice cream, but at the end of the day, some of that profit should go back to making a change in Trinidad in really significant ways. And by sending a child to school, you're envisioning a better future and you're building a model for change. Now, the infrastructure is there. The schools are already set up. The kid is there. Your money, just enables all of that to be greased, right? You're greasing the wheels of change and building a different future. So innovation, you're thinking through the idea. These are some of the important elements of the term. And I heard of several of you mention the word innovator. You're an innovator. And an entrepreneur, they create things. They vision new things. And then they put those things out to play so that they're making changes, significant changes. An important element of the social entrepreneurship term is it's the citizen. That means everyone can do this. And they can do it from on the nonprofit side of the fence, and they can do it on the for-profit side of the fence. The idea is that you have to be caring about something socially. There's social compassion baked into this, and there's an idea that emerges, and then you become the idea champion to bring this thing to fruition. Another important element of the term is you're not thinking in binaries. We're not thinking this versus that, right versus left. We are looking for ways to collaborate with each other. We're looking for ways to come together, to carve out a radical middle. So the social entrepreneur both takes direct action. I'm going to fund a thing in society even as they're seeking to transform the system, right? So you're going to create a product or a service that is going to offer something useful even as you're seeking to transform the overall system. And I've heard many of you talk about how you would like to, how quickly it is to do business in Trinidad, how quickly it is to get registration, a business registered. Like you'd like to see some changes there. You'd like to see some changes in our banking for access to capital. These are some of the things that the hub down the road can help facilitate some of these kinds of systems change. And we need to learn from you. What are the ways in which you're having difficulties? And what are the ways in which you're solving them? This morning I heard several people shout out different ideas, and I think we could start to gather together a best practices manual that's available and allow other people to know, okay, the bank and the Republic Bank in San Fernando is really helpful, and here's what you need when you're going in to see them about registering a business. Like, it can be as simple as that for us to begin to make a shift. And if for one bank, then for Scotia or for whatever other bank are on the island, right? You're changing the equilibrium when you start to do things like that, because you've created a new approach to an old problem. A pernicious problem, one that just doesn't seem to want to go away. In our language, we call it a wicked problem. You touch one thing and you think, I'm going to solve it by doing this, and lo and behold, you've created other issues. But the social entrepreneur keeps iterating, keeps innovating, keeps at it, right? There's an element of perseverance. For the equilibrium to change, that's exceedingly difficult. There's going to come a day when it'll take you 3 days to get your business registered and your bank account set up in Trinidad. That's not today. I can't see your faces, but I'm sure you're like, what planet are you on? It's a high bar, but we're pushing towards the days when we can create an enabling entrepreneurial environment. That's the work of the hub, right? So we want to get businesses registered, we want to get them financed, we want to get them supported. And that takes patience, grit, has very little to do with talent and a lot to do with perseverance and passion for long-term success, right? That's the idea behind grit. And a deeper connection between social entrepreneur and the advocacy, or those SDG goals, the goals in which you're trying to create change in society. So the framework for change, this is it. Understanding your world, understanding a problem in your culture, envisioning a future, building that model, and then scaling the solution, right? So I'll give you, for instance, when I came to Trinidad and I wrote the grant to come in at the embassy, I wrote it believing that social entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurship held the key to creating jobs, which would then provide a solution to poverty, which would then reduce crime. This was my theory of change, right? If we educate for social entrepreneur, identify, convene them, grow them, then they're going to create jobs, and then crime, it'll alleviate poverty and give people an option, and then crime is being reduced. When I was being first brought to Trinidad and Noreen tapped me on the shoulder to help with this work, she basically said that Trinidad is one of the top recruiting countries for some of the radical ISIS and Al-Qaeda, right, per population, right? So we send some of the most amounts of people to be radicalized, and the reason for that is a purely monetary thing. The ideology is bought there. So how do we solve that? How do we solve the crime issue and the violence issue in Trinidad around the drugs and the guns? Because people need good jobs. They need good and decent paying jobs. They need another way of supporting themselves and their families. I mean, it is a thing to be pursuing, and the social entrepreneur movement in Trinidad, catalyzed through the eHub, this enabling environment for entrepreneurs, can really bring that to a new reality in society. And then if through the eHub, then through the American Chamber of Commerce, then through all of the other NGOs, international NGOs working in the country, right? That's scaling the solution. So we're looking for an opportunity, and we've imagined a better future, right? The unmet need is the fact that in Trinidad, it's really hard to be an entrepreneur, and it's really hard to get your business up and running, and there are lots of red tape and very much lots of challenges. We in the Hub intend to come alongside and become that enabling environment. And this is just, I'm going to skip through the cornucopian revolution. It's this idea that We just need a new paradigm, right? So for a long, long time, everyone believed that, the Earth, well, now we know that not to be true. And we know that, the Earth revolves around the sun, and that it's actually through elliptical circles and not just circles. All of these things have come about because we've been open to new ways of seeing and doing things, and they've changed our tools of navigation. Maybe the same thing needs to happen in business, right? New awarenesses should change how we want to do things. We want to foster an innovative society, and here's how we need to shift. We need to shift from a me society to an us society. We need to see that we're interdependent and we're interrelated. And nowhere more than a small island like Trinidad and Tobago, right? We need to come together in a spirit of collaboration. And we need to care for each other. When I grew up on the island, and somebody broke down on the side of the road, you would actually stop to help them. You wouldn't second guess that they were trying to rip you off. When I go back as a Fulbrighter and someone's broken on the side of the road, people aren't stopping because they're not sure what the danger and threat to life would be, right? So we need to inordinate belief, some level of hope that the toughest problems in our world and in Trinidad are solvable. So identify the problem, think of your business as the point of entry, think of the steps that you need to bring change to it using the SDG goals, create some measurable effects like that says, I'm actually succeeding, here's how we're succeeding, and then celebrate some of those long-term benefits because you're bringing change. Is another visual of that. Transformation requires that you understand, envision, understand the problem, envision a solution, build that model for change, and then scale it. And nowhere, I'm going to wrap up, there's just a few more slides here. We have lived for a long, long time under the model of shareholders that we need to maximize profit, Milton Friedman's classic economic model or management model. Ed Friedman and his stakeholder theory says actually the company exists for stakeholders. The company exists not just for the one shareholder, but for the employees, for the suppliers, for the customers, for the community, for the environment. All of those people have a stake in the success of a firm. And we've had inadequate models in our businesses. I changed this. The total cost is always fixed cost plus variable costs in accounting. But the truth is that the total cost of any activity is the fixed cost plus the variable cost plus the social cost that's always externalized onto society. In one way, you might know that the social entrepreneur is actually holding this equation as they're trying to do business. They don't want to externalize that cost to society. They want to bring it into their models. And here's an argument for why business and not the nonprofit sector. This is a 2013 graph, and it's in the US in terms of the share of the pie for the various sectors. We think of government as being huge in the US, but in 2013 it represented $3.1 trillion, which is a lot of money. And nonprofit sector having 1.2 trillion, that's a good amount of money as well. But look at the corporations. They have a $20.1 trillion feed into this pie. If they do nothing, our social issues are going to proliferate. We need the corporation to get into the game. And so the avenue for that is a social entrepreneur. And it's creating economic and social conditions in communities, right? So that's exactly what the social entrepreneur and the social enterprise seeks to do. Friends, we are in a nature of business that is beautifully relational. And look at all of the stakeholders in business to create an opportunity for relationships, and honoring those relationships set the stage for solving some of society's biggest challenges here to do. We want to convene as we are today. We want to invite moments where you're collaborating and we come alongside that collaboration. And then we want to co-create solutions. End there. Thanks for listening. Hopefully I didn't put everyone to sleep.
Dr. Flett, just a quick question. In terms of the pie chart you just showed. Oh, she not hear me? Hello, Dr. Flett? Hi, hear me? Yeah, hear me? Okay.
I can hear you.
All right.
Yes.
In terms of the pie chart you just showed, I saw that there was corporations and NGOs and one other group. Government, right? Thanks. In terms of the corporations, what percentage of those were social entrepreneurs as opposed to normal for-profit companies?
I'm having trouble hearing. There's a
Hi, Joanne. He's asking that.
action or type it into the chat. Sorry.
Sure. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly, Shem. Yeah.
He's asking from the pie chart. There was a number of a large part of it was the corporations. What percentage of that corporations was
Yeah.
social entrepreneurship versus a normal for-profit entity?
Great question. Those were all for-profit. That's the revenue-based model for it. At the time that graph was set up, they didn't kind of subset them into entrepreneurs who are social entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs who are regular. So this was just the corporate sector, and it was an invitation to invite the corporate sector to start caring about social issues in society because they have so much firepower in terms of the revenue creation. Does that help?
In other countries that have experience.
Oh, sorry, yeah, sure.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My question is, based on experiences, or perhaps Dr. Flett's experience, or in her study, other countries who would have experienced social entrepreneurship issues, such as those experienced here in Trinidad, how have they been able to overcome those challenges? How long did it take for them to overcome those challenges? As well as what are some of the solutions that they use to overcome those challenges?
Joanne, you hear that question?
If you could repeat it, I'm only hearing like it's kind of muffled. I'm not sure why.
So, she asks, in your study, did you encounter other countries that had social entrepreneurship issues, and how did they overcome those issues?
In my study, did I encounter, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Did you encounter countries with social entrepreneurship issues, and how did they overcome those issues?
That's great. Yeah, I am
my study was only based in the U.S., and there are some challenges in the U.S., right? So we have a very driven profit sector, and the B Corp movement, which is the benefit corporation movement, and the certified B Corp movement, is trying to raise itself up as a group of people that are trying to care about all of the social issues in society. Some of the issues that they have is that because they care about social ages, right? If they care about fair wages, they end up paying their employees better and more and giving them better benefits. Well, that has a drag on their profitability. And so they argue on some level that there should be some tax benefit to them prioritizing and caring about these things. And so as a group, and when I lived in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia then said, okay, if you're going to be certified as a B Corp, we will give you a $5,000 tax benefit just to help you and to incentivize that, right? The trouble is that nonprofits get a lot of tax deductions, and people, when they give to them, they can write it off. But so you don't necessarily want that for corporations who are driving the for-profit sector. And yet, a couple of things to bear in mind. Some of our largest companies in the United States do not pay taxes. So they're using the public systems. I teach at a university. They're hiring our students, but they're not paying to anything that keeps up the society and keeps it running. And so some level of fairness in that taxation space is going to be helpful. But some level of them saying, well, we want to prioritize getting and helping the community for which we exist. Like I'm sitting in Seattle where Microsoft, Starbucks, Boeing, all these big companies are headquartered, and housing prices are just astronomical. There's so much homelessness here because the Boeing and the Amazon people can make $300,000, and the person working at Walmart is making $17 an hour. So the housing prices are over $1 million for a decent house. Who can afford that on $17 an hour, right? So you've got the corporations creating the social issues, care about these social issues, and can go promote a for-profit motive, i.e. can a government offer some tax incentives and some easier ways of doing business for these kinds of companies, because they're indeed solving government social issues. And then you get the corporations playing alongside the government in more collaboration. So I'm hoping that helps. I will recommend to the person asking the question that there's a foundation called Future Fit Foundation, where you're kind of fitting your company for the thing in the future. And the UK companies and Scandinavian companies, they've just been so far ahead of the US to Canada on this whole thing. And so I'd point there as some of the places where good work's happening in the globe.
Thanks, Joanne.
Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Any other questions?
Good morning, everyone. My question is
I
pertaining.
have one for the group, Sham. I'm kind of curious if there are people who feel like this is something that could really take hold in Trinidad, like that the government would get behind it, that banks would get behind it. I'm kind of curious about that.
Anybody think it could raise? Just raise your hand.
It is a tricky thing, to be quite honest, in my opinion, because I went to a program that was inputted under the government at that time, which was called Fair Share. And you had to do all the runarounds, get all the documents and stuff like that. That was supposed to be for micro and small businesses to get into the larger schemes are bidding for contracts. So you see, like how we was discussing, in the sense of when you bid for it, you don't have the finances and stuff like that. that particular program, they said at that point in time, was supposed to facilitate small companies to do, to do work for the government and so forth, as well as the private sector. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's because I changed the government or whichever one, that program disbanded. And all the money what they spent to run around to get the documents, the affidavits, all of that just went down the drain. I won. I had brought up a question within that event, and that was a good while back. I asked a question to one of the persons who was representing a minister, and I asked them if somebody was incarcerated, if it is that they were able to start up a company in Trinidad and Tobago. The person said flat no. So whereas in the States you would have second chances where they would be gainfully employed and go on to being future entrepreneurs, and here that is not the case. And that is something that I think, honestly, if it is that you make a mistake in life, we all do make mistakes. Some of us just never get caught. But if it is that you decide you want to turn your life around, I don't understand why it's hard for you now to want to start up a business. And even if you have the idea, you cannot do it on your own. You would need somebody to do it behind or to do it for you, and you just work behind the background. And to me, that is unfair. And that is one of the legislations I would believe that would need to change as well. And as well as the same thing in the sense of big companies. These big companies would be bidding, and they would be more favorable to get the contract. But it doesn't have a loophole for small enterprising where they could be able to still be able to get at least a portion of the job and still live. We does actually have to survive mainly on the private sector and as well as networking to be able to get gainful employment. And that is unfair.
You hear that, John? John,
In and out. So yeah, it's tough.
yeah, that is tough. Yeah. Right. But still, I want to ask. So I think Joanne got back to. Joanne was asking if it's something that could take hold, if we could do it in Trinidad, right? Yeah. Yes. So we have challenges. And that can't discount the challenges. So why yes? Natasha.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. All right, so it is definitely something that can be done in Trinidad and Tobago and by extension worldwide, and it requires behavioral change, right? And once we are willing to change, we are going to be able to put the things in place to facilitate that social entrepreneurship, which will eventually change the way the world thinks, right? Now, when we take a look at the change, we're looking about the change in mindset. So it's returning to the old, right? What we know, family values, caring about your neighbor, caring about the person down the street, whether they have something to eat or not, right? It stems from all of that, those things that a lot of us grew up on that we have now given up, right? We need to return to that change. And within that now, when we build our businesses and we build the things that we require to make profit, our support in our businesses are going to come from these very same people that we help, right? And within that, you create now what is called a chain effect, which is going to eventually go up the ladder, not just from within the community, but also when these persons, we have children, we're sending them to school, they become a minister, right? They are going to remember these good deeds that were done unto them, and they are going to embrace that change and try to bring about that change on a governmental level. So yes, definitely it can be done, but it will take a conscious effort in terms of the mindset, and it will take some time.
Nicely said, Lucia.
So I wrote some of those things I was writing, but I want to take piggyback, how you call that? Piggyback on what she just said, yeah. Because one of the things that I'm very much agree with is the change of mindset. Now, I'm a lecturer, right? And I'm also very realistic. Mindset changing, it takes time. And it might take the time that we don't have to see this change that we want to come about, right? So something I always advocate is while you cannot change the mindset that is already framed, you could actually train the mindset that is now coming up, right? And just yesterday I was talking to my head of the department, electrical and computer engineering department in UWI, and one thing I always used to tell my students, if they could remember, I'm from Cuba. Back in Cuba, it takes 5 years for you to become an engineer, right? And I was telling my head of the department yesterday how I picked my final year project, that here is just 3 years, and my students complain, oh. I say it's 5 years in Cuba. And from year one, we have some, you could call it here extracurricular activities, right? But from year one, every semester, one academic course is 2 semesters, right? So the first time when you come in, one of the things, you will go in different industries. I'm going somewhere, right? And you will visit different industries, and then you will resonate with an industry that you saw. When you resonate with that, what the university have in collaboration with the other sectors, let's call now here the private sector, is real problems to solve, real issues. So they're going to send you there in year one, you're going back to that particular industry that have this particular problem, and you start from scratch to help them. So when you reach year 5, right, your 5 years, you either could, you would already change things within that particular organization. So you frame in that mindset. So what I want to go with is this. In our educational system here in Trinidad, well, I'm at university, but from coming, you could start actually, let me use the word, infusing the kids the entrepreneurial spirit. At the university, what is happening, and I say this from an entrepreneurial point of view, is that we creating employees, right? But I mean, that's what we created for. But now we, the entrepreneurs, along the way have to find, I will say, okay, let's say for instance, I will take my NGO, Women on Media and Education Network. Why I'm not gonna pick maybe a school that is only girls, right? Because I tackle in that that demographic, and I could come up with a project with actually, hey, these girls now, what I'm doing with them is creating that entrepreneurial mindset to tell them, yes, listen, go for your studies, but what if, and because the reality is, and as I put here, one of my first notes is information. It took me, the years that I have been in Trinidad and Tobago, it took me only the amount of time that my NGO have been funded to get to find out about grants, this and that. I didn't know about all of that. So the same way, there are a lot of entrepreneurs at heart that they just sit there because they don't know where they're gonna get it, and unless someone really go after it, they will just trump over it. Why not to tell you, listen to me, while you're studying, this is another thing that you could develop. This is your family legacy. This is what nobody could take away from you. This is where, when you retired now, this is for your kids. Why you have to wait that a big time networker come and tell you, hey, join my network, and then you're making the bonus, and then you see in the big US, and then it's when you realize, hey, this could have been happening since. So if we cannot change the mindset of the people that are already stuck up on their ways, we have to be realistic about it. At least we could influence early enough to bring that change of mentality. Because if somebody see your kids at home, you teaching them this, and they will come, and when they have a break, they'll say, look what I do, I'm making these little bands and whatever, and I'm making this little money, and then Think and Grow Rich, the richest man in Babylon. That is what it is. Start to tell them from so. And if we cannot get it at government level, let us to be that infusion through society. Anything that you see a little crack, listen to the complaints, listen to the pain points, and start to tell people, hey, there's another way. this is this way, and let us create that revolution. Eventually we will wake up like, hey, everybody's an entrepreneur, look what's happening. And when you put that pressure in the infrastructure that is already there, where you cannot register the business and this and that, they will have to say, listen to me, something have to be done, because now we are against the wall. And I think that, you know, from my lecturer point of view, seeing that everything have to start somewhere. And when she was talking about what you think about social entrepreneur, this is what I draw simple. I'm a process person. Give, and when you say give, you just list out a big block. Give to what, to where it needed. Identify the pain points. And it sounds like a cliche, but at the end of the day, we are only entrepreneurs because we're solving a problem somebody else couldn't solve. And when you start to give them, you will get. It will naturally happen. It will naturally happen. When you start to give and you're not giving up on giving, somebody going to say, hey, you see what them people doing? We're curious. And they will ask you, what do you need? Then everything will start to come. You know, so that is my 2 cents, like 20 cents on the point.
All right, thank you. All right. So I'm making sure Gail is good. I have Houston, you had something to say? Okay, no problem.
Just to piggyback off of your point about, you know, Trinidad and Tobago kind of creating employees, I think a lot of time in the work that my NGO would do, we realize that a lot of persons start businesses off of necessity. It's not necessarily passion and, oh my God, I've been thinking about this for so many years. It's that my kid's hungry, I need to buy school books, I could sew, let's kind of put it together and they start a business. So I don't think even for myself why I started an NGO, because I wasn't really thinking about money. I was just thinking about helping persons. I didn't really know that I could combine the two, right? So I think the same, on the other hand, a lot of persons don't think, okay, I could have a positive impact on society through my passion, right? So I think it kind of starts from there, as you mentioned, educating persons. You could do both so that they kind of choose and take a path accordingly, yeah? And on the other point of it, I work within the Massey group. So I think we need to leverage the power that a lot of conglomerates and big organizations have. Because I know within the group, we do so much within Massey stores to help cashiers. They have so many programs there. And of course, when they stopped the plastic bags, that was madness, right? Everybody kick off us, but sometimes you have to force people to do things and force change, right? It's uncomfortable, but we know with Trinidad and Tobago, we're very laid back. We like things how they are, but sometimes, again, you just kind of have to force it in order for the betterment of society. It's not just Trinidad, you know, like the whole corporate system is created so that's for people to work for somebody, which is.
Hi everyone. So again, to piggyback. Yes. Okay, good. So anyway, so I want to pick up on all points that were made, right? Because what I do, and I love the word that you all are using, mindset, which is like a superpower in which I operate, right? So only yesterday, because I work with women to do this kind of thing, who are in their midlife stepping into entrepreneurship for whatever reason, right? It's not always because you want to leave the job, you don't like the job you have. That might be a reason. That was my reason. But it might just be because a second or another source of income is necessary in this day and age. Or because you have a skill, like someone mentioned, you could sew, but that's not your job, but it's something you enjoy doing, and hey, you could make money from it, so let's see how to do that. But it's the mindset about it, because only yesterday when I was speaking to one of my lovely ladies, when we spoke about registering her business, it was like, gosh, I don't want to do that. Because it is the ease, which is no ease when it comes to doing business here. So a lot of people tiptoe around the idea of, let me just keep it a side hustle and a hush on the side and under a stone and a rock and bury down there. But you get nowhere if you don't step out of that. But the thing is, just as Lucia said, the information needs to be out there. And it's a mindset shift, because another thing we spoke about last evening when we were speaking together, what problem do you solve? She has her skills, she's expert at it, but what problem do you solve? So she said, well, I can do this, that, and it. I said, yes. Put yourself on the side of the client who is looking for a problem to be solved. And that is when you get deep into really serving someone. And that is where social entrepreneurship, I believe, comes from. So you serve people, you help a problem, you get a solution, it's solution-based. I used to work as a principal in education for many years, so I know that, right? I know that part. Everybody came with their problem, but let's talk solution. You could say a problem 10 times, that's fine, but tell me it once and spend the rest of the time solving. So what problem do you solve? And when we got on the other table, it was like, aha moment, okay, I could actually change someone's life. Me, with my little skill, can fix someone's life. That is sweet. And I could get paid for it, sweeter, right? So the thing is, I like the conversation. If anybody is ready to piggyback and keep it going, all good.
Yes, I wasn't going to stand and say anything, but the conversation is going so sweet. And some of what you all said before, it resonates, right? Some of us may not even know. I mean, by now you all would know, but some of us may not even know we're operating in entrepreneurship. And I'll give this short story. When I was a child, very young, my mom, in order to sustain the household, she would make sweets. You know, mango, plum, kurma, sugar cake, all these different type of things to sustain. Single parent, so she had to do what she had to do. And she had a very good product. She would give us in baskets. We'll go in community, door to door, and we would sell. We'd go in school and we would sell. We had a product, we exchange it for the money, right? In that in itself, we did not even know that was entrepreneurship. We just have a need, we need money to go to school, we need to do this, we need to do that. We have a product and we get the change for it. But in terms of the mechanics and the technicality of entrepreneurship, we had no clue. No clue how to market, probably no clue how to sell properly, you know, that type of thing. And I'm very passionate, because Lucia said it, very passionate about entrepreneurship being introduced at the primary school level. I don't know where we're going to go with it, where the ministry, where the government is going to go with that, but I am passionate about that. Because Lucia said it, we are teaching children or persons to be workers and not, you know, business owners. And I think that's where that mindset shift needs to happen, where it needs to change. Earlier on, I told you all I started a journey where this year I started that journey to assist other entrepreneurs. So things like, you know, how to set your business up, how to form your business, how to, you know, how to niche down. And we need to look at that very carefully, because Shem said it as well. He said when he started, he wanted to do everything. He wanted to sell all the products. He wanted to do all of this. But you have to realize that if I focus on 5 different things, I am spreading my resources across 5 different things, and that may not work. But if I sell one thing and I perfect that and I become great at that, you know, that might make a bigger impact, a bigger difference than spreading myself thin across 5 different things, right? So again, assisting entrepreneurs. Last month I decided I wanted to stop what I'm doing, because the year is winding down. So I cut off and I said, let me work on the mindset, because within that period I've met so many entrepreneurs and varying challenges, varying solutions, you know, varying everything. And one of the key things that came out of meeting with so many entrepreneurs is the mindset, And now, like, I've halted just engaging them in that way, and I'm starting to work on mindset, how to develop their mindset, how to move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset, you know. And all of these different type of things we really need to take into account, and we really need to look at things from different perspective. Shem talk about the power of networking. If you are an entrepreneur and you're not networking, close down your business right now. Close down that business, because you cannot say, yes, I have this product, it's a solution to this, but you're not getting out and talking to the persons that need it. You're not networking with other person. You're not finding out different type of things. You're not giving. Lucia said it, in order to give, you have to get. You have to always constantly show up. People make purchases and people buy in your business because they know who you are. And that's the foundation. People do business with people with who they like, who they know, and who they trust. So you have to network in order to build that foundation. Because I could say, okay, let me buy from Lucia, but Lucia is selling her thing at $10, but this other person is selling her stuff at $5. But because I know Lucia and I know who she is, I will buy from Lucia because I know her and I trust her. So you have to get out there, network. Another thing they say too is, if you're marketing, people need to see your business at least 4 to 5 times before they actually make that purchase. Yeah? So you have to constantly keep on showing up. So that's just my 2 cents there as well.
Talking. Yeah. Well, good talks, guys. Good talks. I have some important people in the house, right? Right. So when I told you about Wiley, right? Have this. Actually, let's do it. Joanne. Sorry. Joanne, they went off on a tangent, and they talk about social entrepreneurship and how they want to power up people and help people and things. I couldn't stop them, Joanne. They eat out all the time. I'm sorry, but you inspired them a lot, right? So give Joanne one more big clap. Again, guys, the reason why the Entrepreneurship Hub exists, right, is on screen. Thank you, Joanne. Right. So we have a cool. Oh, another question. There. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Whew. Okay, so I get concerned there. Yes. All right. So we have some folks, right? So I was in a wildlife program, as I mentioned, and these other wildliers, or some, not all of them are wildliers, but they are social entrepreneurs, and I see them being successful in their own way, right? And now I never really get a chance to sit them down, right, and tell them and take all the challenges we talk about and say, hey, you encounter this challenge, what you do, right? So next step, I want to invite up front Alpha, right? Rasha, we have Alpha, give me his bio. Whew. If you all do recognize this guy here. Alright, let me tell you, yeah? Well, yeah, so somebody seeing it there. All you know him? Agreement? Yes. Alright, Alpha's bio is very long, right? I would just say the short version, which is when I think green, anything agriculture, Alpha comes to mind, right? He's, as Jamie says, always popping up, right? And always doing something to support and push and promote the green sector, right? It's very, very, very inspiring to see, right? He let's just ask him what his put him on the spot. Ask him what's his last award. What's the last award he got? Are you blushing? You see? National.
No.
That's the one before.
Yeah. The I'm trying to get the correct title of it, but it's the most influential people of African descent 2022. 100 people were selected globally.
See? if it's have a 40 or under 40 alpha, wasn't it? If it's a 30 under 30 alpha, and it just when it's when alpha turning 50s, you'll see, right? So anyway, lovely to have him here, right? I had to beg and beg and get him, but he come and support, right? Next on the ball, we have Shan C. Young. Shan is a director in Entrepreneurship Hub, and when it's talk about social entrepreneurship, she have a social enterprise. You know, you have like normal enterprise, no enterprise normal, but she have a special one, waste management. So it's quite interesting, and as I said, I want to see how these people surviving these odd social entrepreneurship businesses that they have. So you're gonna put them in hotspot, but you're gonna put them in hotspot, right? And thirdly, we have another Wiley representative who does very interesting work. You heard her, I don't know if she has any more to say because she talked so much just now. But Jamie, yes, Jamie, get ready for the hard questions. Vasha, could you put up the slide with where people spoke about all their challenges, and we go through from challenge number 1. What do you mean? Yeah, you're supposed to moderate. All right. Oh, one second. All right. So, just remind the folks, right? On the panel, we asked 100 contestants about what is their challenges, and 39% said funding, right? So I want to hear you guys talk about how you funded yourselves starting up. Who wants to go first? That's a good question, right? That's a good question. Yeah.
All right. Too close here? All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you feeling? How are you doing? I like the room. I like the audience. I like the energy. Yeah, so I have to drink this coffee right now. Woke up 3 o'clock. Went to the market. After the market, went into the Dashing Bush patch. Harvested about 30 bundles. Then went to Marcy to deliver. And then went to the school feeding to deliver. And then come up here. Right? That is entrepreneurship. It's hard work. And of course, we have to work smarter as well too. So I'm working smarter. Yeah, I mean, the question about the challenges, and I guess majority people, how much percent said funding? 93%. 39%, right. Oh, okay. So, for me, funding wouldn't be a major challenge for me right now. And I could say why, but let me go back to answering Shem's question when he asked, how did I get funded at the beginning? Well, my brother loaned me $60,000. At the very beginning of the start of Y Farm, I got a loan. I paid it back already, right? But I got a loan from the very beginning to start doing what we're doing, and also donation. I remember that $60,000, it got us not to the full launch of Y Farm. I went into, we had the comic book. So for those of you who don't know, I created the Agriman Adventures comics, superhero characters. And we got someone to draw the character, draw the comic. But then we ran out of money, no more money to print the comic. Went into a store that does printing. I don't know why I went in, because I had no money for them. I had no money for them to print to pay to print the comic. And they called the boss man on the phone, and I tell him my sad story. You know, I tell him, I'm a young man, I'm trying to do this thing. I created a superhero character, and I have no more money to print it. This man never meet me up to today, and this man says to me on the phone, leave the flash drive, he's going to print 500 copies. Wow. And there and then is when I know this thing is going to be a thing. Because that was the mercies of my creator. You know? And that right there is, you know, don't afraid to ask, you know, for what you want. You might get 99 no's, but there's going to be 100 yes. You know? Yes. So that funding, that there, and my brother's loan, and that gentleman, Mr. Muhammad, giving me that donation, right, got us started. Right? Of course, over the years, it's been a challenge for funding. But I think when I did some program, I can't remember which one. It may have been YLI. I think I realized the problem is not funding. The problem is organizing yourself properly. And that's the thing that a lot of us fail on, like being organized to access the funding, because the money is out there, you know? Tons and tons and tons of money, you know, and it's being able to organize yourself, organize your organization, organize everything, you know, your products, your services, everything, align it to whatever is that core cause, you know, to be able to access the funding. So our major funding came from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I think in 2017. Well, we probably received the fund in 2018. And that was able to really pilot our work. We came right in this room and launched our big project, thanks to the U.S. Embassy for always supporting, you know. And that major funding came at that point in time. We were one of 15 organizations to be funded by them. Of course, the money run out by now, you know, but a long time. But at the same time, we were able to, you know, again, when you get the funding as well, is to establish certain things that they could continue making money from the funding. So we were able to set up different things like our Agripreneur Incubator Design Lab. We were able to develop, of course, about 3 or 4 comic books that is sold nationwide right now. So that is selling, you know, every day that's selling, you know. And several other things. We did, you know, like Agripreneur Mastermind Program, etc. But I guess I'll go into further things later on. But yeah, so my long and short answer is funding, the money's out there. Money is real out there. And Jamie raised the point about networking. Oh my, because sometimes you wonder, how do I get to see these grants? Because sometimes it's kind of in a little close circle, you know. But you're kind of get in the circle somehow or the other and network up. So like sometimes we would be like, wait, sometimes somebody shares something to us, or we see something from a colleague or something like that on LinkedIn, following the right people now, who will share something now and be like, wait, that looking like me, let me apply for it. Right there and then, you know, if you weren't friends with that person, you wouldn't have seen that. And 100,000 US that you could have won, you know, you even get a chance, you even get a shot at it. You know, so that networking aspect have been really, 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 and then maintaining these good partnerships as well. You know, being able to not be fraudulent and not, you know, do something crazy, and maintaining good relationships, you know, that gives you more and more and more access. So like right now, I mean, previous years, you know, we always fighting to get comic books. Like, how do we get any money? Where we get any money? Yeah. Now partners are coming to us and saying, hey, we have a topic. We want to do something on soil. We want to do something on energy, on ocean. And we want Agriman to tell the story, and we're going to pay for it. Yeah. You know, so that is what have been happening with us as of recent. I'm not going to steal the whole show. I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues. Thank you.
Awesome stuff, Alpha. Yeah. So I don't have a really good story as Alpha where, you know, I had a brother or somebody to give us 60,000. But, you know, I would say Smartterm, which is the education company, we basically got started by bootstrapping, right? Bootstrapping is basically founders of the company say, all right, I'm going to invest 5,000. I mean, 5 of us put up our 5,000. We get 25,000 and we take the company from there. It has been a chat because, yeah, $25,000 is nothing to get your business started. So obviously that has all done and gone. But, you know, we push on, we keep persistent in that vein and really try to make the business profitable from that line of things. In terms of getting loans from the banks, processes run around. It has been difficult. We haven't gotten a loan per se from a bank since we started in 2016. right? 2016. How I would say we kind of do things there, again, networking, operated in the right circles, you know, having a storyline. What is your story? You know, you have to be very passionate about how you sell your offerings, and you know, you have to tell that story of your organization. So, and it has to be a believable story, a true story, one that will really get persons passionate about what you're doing, and you know, getting them to believe in and invest into your organization. I have gotten through, you know, kind of with a few tricks, because working in that organization from since 2016 to now, grants is something that I've developed a skill for. And writing grants, knowing how to write it, knowing, you know, terminology, knowing how to, as Alva said, organize your business in such a way where you will be acceptable, or your business will be presented in such a way that, you know, it will be acceptable to the grantors, right? One of the things as a for-profit organization that I saw early on is align yourself with the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal, and that's where the social entrepreneurship comes from. So even if you're a for-profit organization, there's at least one or two of those goals you can align your organization with, and you have to be able to show impact with your business when you're aligned in that way. Who are you supporting? Who are you creating change for? Who are you trying to impact, right? One of the other things is that through that, grant writing has given us that ability to, you know, assist with the funding in our business. So we would say, okay, let's create a project that aligns with our mission and our goal, and also aligns with whatever grant that is currently out there that we can access. So, you know, some of these grants, again, are mostly for NGOs, and then you would get some that are for profits, and in between that, you know, some grants, they go for like project based funding, right? So it's not like you have to be an NGO or you have to be a for-profit organization. So you create a project, and I've done this, and the U.S. Embassy has always supported in that vein. I've done so many projects with the U.S. Embassy, always thankful for their assistance, you know. So you create your project in that way to align with, you know, the goals, the impact, and, you know, you put forward your proposal. I mean, it's always a 50-50% chance of actually getting a grant, you know, but if you really look at the expectations, of that particular grant and align accordingly, and, you know, you use the right words and that sort of thing, and you know, put forward that change and that impact you want to create, more than likely, you know, you could possibly get that grant. So far, that is how, you know, we have been navigating that funding issue, those challenges, bootstrapping, as well as looking at grants, that type of thing, and networking. Also, in your organization, you want to become, you know, somewhat of a consultancy type of agency or person. And I say that to be, let's say, for example, you're in agriculture as Alpha, or you're into education, you want to become the leader. I'm not saying that, you know, somebody else is not doing the same thing or whatever the case may be, but you all have to chart your own journey and your own future. And obviously you want to present yourself as an expert, present yourself as a leader. And once you present in that way and you network, people will be coming to you. You know, you no longer have to fight and to run after somebody to get things, but they will now be coming to you as that person who presented themselves as an expert in the industry.
I hope all your ears still have room for me, right? But to answer that question, I have to take you all a little bit back, and I'll try to be as succinct as possible, because believe it or not, I don't like to talk. So, as my friend in the corner there talked about becoming an entrepreneur out of necessity, look your partner right here, right? my parents are old school. So I was taught, you know, the normal, you go to school, you get good grades, you find a, right, and then you work there until you, that's right. So for me, that was always a part of my course, my journey. I never wanted to be an entrepreneur. I was like, that's for them people, not me, because I didn't believe that I had the skill sets, the know-how, the information, the support that is required to be an entrepreneur. Everybody in my family is an employee of some kind. And so for me, I was charting this path alone. There was no help. My mother still, God bless her soul, I love my mommy, but she still tries to get me a job, still, right? And I say that, you know, I was telling my husband, I say, I have to allow her to support in the way she knows how. And don't hold her, because at first I was really upset. I was like, Mommy not understanding, I don't want a job. She not understanding, I'm not willing to go back, right? But for her, that is the place that she came from. That's where her parents came from. And so I have to give her a little grace and say, well, all right, when she's ready, she'll roll up the money, because she's a old people child, right? So she roll up the money, tight, and she just put it in my hand and say, hold that, right? Because that's her way of supporting. So for me, just as Jamie said, I became an entrepreneur out of necessity. I was home, I had just given birth to my last child. I was enjoying being a mommy again. And I was also, sending my resume out because that's what I knew. Nobody, I ain't getting no call, no interview. One after the other, just keep sending them out. And then my husband says, you know, you can do your own thing, right? I said, boy, what you talking about, boy? I said, I know for me, buddy. That's for other people. So I kept applying and I kept applying. And then he would say it again. You know, you could do your own thing, right? And I said, eventually, he kept saying it and kept saying it. And then in my own prayer, I said, God, if that's what you have for me, I could do it. I could run in, as we say, right? And the opportunity presented itself. And I said, you know what? I can do it. I do have the things that I need to get my business started. But one of the things that also happened with me, and I'm sure if it hasn't happened to you all in the room, is that I was told, you can't do that. That don't make no sense. Shana business not going on work, you. Why you don't start something else? Go back to work now, you crazy? And I realized that, all you laughing, all you hear them think too. Yeah, right, you know, and then a lot of I've been working in waste management for 17 years. I was one of the only women in the field with the men. So that's our next conversation we go have another next time, how I navigated that experience. Because I go into the landfills, I'm dealing with the fellas. One of them told me, I don't want to talk to you, I want to talk to your boss. Right? And my boss sent me back. He said, no, he had to talk to you. I'm not going there until he talked to you. So I reached there and I think up myself. And I said, right. I said, hey, you had to talk to me, you know. My boss said, you had to talk to me. Right? Nothing is happening until we have a conversation. So you decide if you're going to talk to me or you don't want your problem solved. So, you know, that was a whole experience. And I worked in waste management and mining. So I had to deal with real kind of experiences. But, you know, in that time, I only had my little savings and I only had what the company gave me because I had to be relieved of work so only my maternity benefits, that's what I had. And so in addition to fulfilling my family's needs at the time, I still had a little bit saved to say, okay, well, let me get the business registered and all of that. But, you know, coming from the conversation of, you know, being told by people that I respected and that I admired, and I think that's what was heartbreaking for me. I thought that those people would have cheered me on, but they didn't. And I'm sure Alpha had experiences where he wasn't cheered on, and same with Jamie. But I knew that there was something else that I wanted to do. And I remember in the beginning, because I'm a good student, I said, let me go and research what it means to start a business and thing. So I went and watched videos on YouTube. As a good student, right, I went to do research. I hired a business coach, 2 of them, right? The second one, I was like, but this entrepreneurship thing, it feels different with me. I don't just want to make money for making money's sake. I want to do something else. You know, I just feeling like, you know, at the pond have all the red fish and I see little blue fish swimming there and trying to find my way. And she said, why don't go and look up social entrepreneurship? I said, what's that? She said, don't worry now, just go and look it up. Go and look it up. So when I did that, I was like, oh my God, that's me. They're talking to me. This is what I want to do. And so that journey of discovery and figuring things out and connecting with Alpha and connecting with Jamie and other social entrepreneurs, because that networking thing, my husband always says this quote, your network is your net worth. And you may think it is in dinero, in dollars, but no. There's somebody in the room, he talked about LinkedIn and all of that. There's somebody in that room who is seeing you. I got a message just sitting in the room here where my colleague said, Shana, looking for information about waste management in the Caribbean. And you are my go-to person for that kind of information. So when people see you in that way, it helps you to put yourself in the room that you never thought you would be able to enter into. So for me, I tell people, I say, so run around the whole house before I get in the door. It's figuring out, how do I get into that space? Who do I need to talk to? Who could say, you know, because sometimes and the last things I would say is that sometimes your name gets called in spaces where you are not. And because you are talking about what you're doing and, you know, those people are able to call, because it happened with me. I was like, wait, so and so know me? I said, but I don't know them. You know, so you get your name gets called in spaces and places where you are physically not present. And so with that, it helps you. We only landed our first grant this year. That's after getting a lost count. How many knows? A lost count, I stopped counting, right? And Alpha talked about it too. You'll get real no's. But if you believe in what you have to do, the yes will come. So you have to keep persevering. It's not easy. You know how much time I say I done? You know how many times I say I done, I can't do, there's nobody listening to me. And for me, I am talking about, my friend here talked about a shift in mindset. That's what I do. I want people to see waste differently, to see it as a resource, not this thing that we just throw away anymore. And so that takes time. On one of those I give up days, one of my colleagues was saying, I said, she said, why are you looking so normal? You have all this energy and you're so bright and effervescent. I said, nah, today's not a good day. I said, I think today is the day where I'm calling it quits. And he said, no, don't you do that. I said, because they're not listening and I feel like I'm just talking into a black hole. I said, waste is not sexy. It's sexy to me though. But it's not one of the sexier environmental topics. It's not as high. And we talk about climate change, but oftentimes waste management isn't spoken about in the climate change discussion. We talk about energy and those things, right? So it's important that you talk about your thing. Don't worry if somebody going to thief your idea, because if they do, they still won't execute it like you. So it doesn't matter. We have a fear that somebody go thief my thing. So what if there's another agri-man? Would he be the same agri-man that Alpha has? No, he'll never be. And so we have to get over that fear of not wanting to speak about ourselves and not wanting to talk about our businesses. We have to get over that, because in order for you to get to where you're going, you can't do it alone. Yeah? So for me, the funding activities are long, arduous road. But, you know, I saved where I can. When the business started to make money, that was able to fulfill certain things. I don't have a physical office space. So I had some cost savings there. And a lot of when the pandemic happened, I transitioned a lot of my work online. So that also helped. But it's just, you know, saving and then your girl following Alpha, because I always wanted to write a book too. And I was like, okay, well, if Alpha doing it, I could do it. Because, hello, right? And so I also wrote a book. It's called Kai's Magical Adventures, Where the Garbage Goes. Yes, so that's really right. So, because Alpha and I talked, we say Agriban had to meet Kai, and Kai had to meet, you understand? So because we all on this planet, and we all talking about how we could save the planet and all of that. So we had to work out somewhere, Agriman meeting everybody and thing. Because one of my goals is that the children themselves are superheroes, and they know all the information. And so if they meet a real superhero, you know, I just have all of these crazy ideas. Right? But for us, that is what we did. I saved and saved and saved. And when the company started making its own business income, because I'm registered as a for-profit entity, but I operate as a social enterprise. So you'll get the difference there. Because social entrepreneurship is not a recognized business model, right? So that's the option for me. Oh God, we will take long on our own question, Chem. Sorry. Questions, Sue? I love you for that. It's a good thing, eh? Could you imagine if I like to? Woo! Oh my goodness. We here whole day. All right. Next question, Chef.
I think something else I want to share though, while people thinking of the questions. Okay, so I think also is for everyone to you know, kind of understand that there's many different funding as well too. Yeah. So like for example, there's different fellowships, there's different scholarships, you know, there's grants, there's donations. Yeah. So what programs you said? Accelerator programs, you know. So these are things that we must be searching the internet for, connecting with partners for, to find out, you know, where can I fit them. Sometimes you try to get all, you know, because you apply for all and you might win one, you know, right? So as we are on the topic of social entrepreneurship today, let's make people aware about Ashoka. I hope that some of you may be aware. You could obviously find more online about them. It's ASHOKA. So Ashoka has is the world's leading social entrepreneurship platform. That I would say they kind of started the social entrepreneurship conversation globally. So they have fellows all around the world. What Ashoka does is that Ashoka actually, once you get into the fellowship program, they actually fund you, as in they pay you a monthly salary to be able to carry out your work as the founder. So like their idea is that they don't want you to try and go and look for a job while doing this work that you're doing. They want to pay you while you setting things up, because, you know, generally speaking, they as social entrepreneurs, it will take a while before you could, you know, like literally pay yourself a proper salary and that kind of thing now, you know, being the founder or whatnot, right? So Ashoka would pay you money to be able to carry out the work that you're doing in your community, in your country, etc. You know, and I'm pleased to announce that I became an Ashoka fellow, I think in 2020 maybe, 2021, 2021. Right, and yeah, I'm you know, like literally I've been talking to Shan for her to, you know, keep going at it, you know, giving recommendations to my colleagues in Mexico, the offices in Mexico. I'll be joining Ashoka in Guatemala in next month actually for the Latin America Investment Forum. So these are the kind of doors that they open as well too. And Trinidad, I am the first in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm the second in the Caribbean, but they are looking for more and more Caribbean. You know, so that's be mindful about these kind of opportunities as well. I'm Keatlin Carew from St. Lucia, Helen's daughter. Keatlin Carew. Yeah, she's the first in the Caribbean from St. Lucia.
I used to be a secondary school teacher, so I could project my voice. But, and even if you don't get it, please keep trying.
Yeah, because...
Yeah, that no is not a no to you.
Yeah.
It is a no to your application at that time.
Yeah, because I didn't get it on the first try. I just had to say that.
Yeah.
The first time I applied, I got a not yet.
Yes.
I wasn't ready.
Yeah.
I had to get more statistical data, more impact and whatnot. And then when we got the some of the funding and do certain programs, I was invited to interview again. And then I got the yes after a whole year of interviews, to be honest.
Yeah, because after Alpha applied, he said, Sean, you hear about this Ashoka thing? I said, well, yeah, well, kind of. He said, I need you to go and try to apply. So I did. And that's why I told you all, don't give up. I didn't get it, but it doesn't, as yet, right? But it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. You know, there's something I need to do between now and my next application that no is going to give me time to be able to do. So there's Ashoka, there's Skoll, SKOLL. There's another one called Echoing Green, right? Which is based out of the US, but they're an open global one too. But you have to be at a specific stage in your business. That's a fellowship. There are competitions as well. That's the only other one I would add. There are competitions as well that give you prize money, and that will go towards whatever you need to do in your business as well too.
Yeah, just to share a didn't get it moment. Sorry. Yeah, my very first time I applied for Wiley was in 2017, and I did not get it. The second time I applied, I was despondent about even applying again. I was saddened that I didn't, get to go to Wiley at that time. But somebody encouraged me to apply again in 2018. And I got it in 2018, went on a trip, learned so much about entrepreneurship, and coming back from while I remodeled the whole business. And, it was a great experience. And for me, someone who loves to travel, y'all can check that out as well. I love to travel. So I see these opportunities as well as, apart from just loving to travel, learning as well. So it's like killing two birds with one stone, so you get that opportunity of networking, of learning new things to develop your business, as well as a little sightseeing, a little excitement as well. In terms of sharing on the funding aspect as well, there's so many different opportunities, as Shanna and Alpha mentioned. You can look at the UN pages, all these IGOs, international organization pages. They always have fellowship, they always have funding. Funding doesn't always have to be monetary, doesn't all have to be finances. They have the accelerator programs, they have fellowship programs, they have sometimes short 1 month courses that they will fully fund for you to come and be a part of these courses, where you learn, you network, and you get so much benefits and opportunity out of these different programs. Another site I use for funding and competitions as well too is, I think it's Opportunity Desk. Yeah, that is a platform full with different competitions, different funding opportunities, different networking opportunities. So you all can check that one out as well.
Funds for NGOs, yeah. So if you didn't hear about those before, you could all check them all out. Because they all ask for different things at different stages. Questions, any? You see, I had a question already. Hand was up high,
I leave the room because how the discussion was going, and it, oh my God, and it my song maybe like she's for real, but sometimes you could get started even without funding, and that is something that I personally had experienced more than once. And I think it's based in the concept that for me, giving is so important. And first, your passion. When you don't go, and this is a lesson that I learned also, that I reiterate recently, and I think that is one of the things that have us where we are today. And when you go with your passion and forget the money is going to naturally fall. I tell people, I have many testimonies about that, but in synthesis, this is it. When you have a passion for something, don't study whatever, do it, even if it's to ease up your mind from something, like do it like a distressor, and you start to do it. But you have to show up every day. Let the people see you, let the people see you, let the people see you, let the people see you. Somebody, because that is how life works, that is how God works. He is going to put somebody in place one day to be at that particular place and see you in your craziness that you have been doing all the time, and you're talking to somebody about, and you still with that girl, you still with that, and you're going, you still with that, but that passion, and if it's really solving a problem, if it's really giving value, somebody will come and say, here what? I find that I've been observing this, and it have been speaking to me indirectly, hey, I have to get you some way, and that without money, and I always tell people, and I say it for me, because sometimes when you're desperate, like everybody want the finances, because the finances, the money is not evil, right? The money is not evil, and but not thinking about the money and putting the passion forward to it. I always tell people, do it, somebody will notice you. It will come the moment that they will call you, and it's actually experiencing that. I started something with no money. I just call someone and I say, we are going to do this. Somebody called me because what was happening at that moment, and he just took a call to do something with no money, just with personal experience, and eventually out of that same, somebody else wanted it but was willing to pay. And that is how, so without money, you don't even have to ask. People will come and see, because testimony is word of mouth. That will repeat, and once the result is there, you get the money. Money will come.
That is absolutely correct. I'll share this too, because when I basically branched out at the beginning of this year in trying to help other entrepreneurs, it wasn't because I really see another form of avenue to get funds, or to improve myself in terms of getting finances and charging, that type of thing. I just felt like I had some experience, and I know of persons who were starting their very own business and who were struggling and who wanted to get that help. And I started with free sessions, free workshops where come and share your business, or these are the steps to take in your business, the next steps, that sort of thing. And it just developed from there, and now a lot of persons request some of my workshops and stuff like that. So again, you can just start with just the idea and just putting yourself out there. You don't have, it's like, just because you have that idea and you have that passion behind it and you put yourself out there, people will come, things will come. You keep talking about it, you keep talking. Again, perception is something too. It's something. It's how you present yourself in that way, and what you want the people to believe about you, and showing up as that expert again. Being that expert and being able to give freely of yourself, it will always multiply, it will always come back to you. So I can, testify on that as well.
Starting with Mr. Super Agriman. Is it Super Agriman? What are some of the lessons that you have learned of things you would have done that at least you thought, well, now looking back, you would not have done that would have helped you? Let me put it differently. What are some of the painful lessons that you all may have learned in your journey to this point that you will try to avoid us making these pitfalls?
So, I feel as though several things along the way would have been, I would say, as you say, painful decisions to get into this point. I would say from the very beginning, before getting started this journey with YFAM, I was employed at the University of the West Indies, and I mean, that was the first painful thing, but I'm very grateful that I did it today in terms of leaving that job, right, and branching off full time with YFAM. Some of the painful things in terms of while during the endeavor, I would say maybe not that very painful, but I feel as though being able to find a team of people who you can trust, who is consistent, hard workers, who kind of shares the dream, same vision. I know that's a difficult thing to come. So sometimes, but at the same time, you had to attempt to let people in because you cannot do it alone, right? So, some people would be like, well, that guy, you're going to work with that guy, or you're going to, or you're going to collaborate with them. But sometimes they have something that you need and you have something that they need. And you just have to work together with them. Of course, you don't want to spoil anything, any of your reputation or any of your brand, but there are a couple instances in the past where sometimes you have to say no as well to even large companies. So I'll give an example. There was a very large international company who is considered to be a giant with agrochemicals, and they were willing to give us money to do an entire series, right, of Agriman Adventures, but with their branding. And in consultation with mentors and advisors and whatnot, they were like, you know what, don't spoil your brand for that. Even if it's $1 million, they're going to give you now. Because the reputation that they hold is that it could be very damaging moving forward because of their values and their principles, right? Although they are a multi-billion-dollar company in Europe, so it was a painful decision because it's like, do I let go of this money now that is right there to help me to move forward? And I just had to say no, and wait for the correct partner to come to be able to get done what we want to get done. And interesting enough, I'm pleased to announce that last week Friday, a local partner in Trinidad, I think I could announce their name, Nudge Caribbean. They will be working with us to develop our Agriman Adventures cartoon series, and they are committing finances towards us, not just talking it. So they walk in the walk. So I would say that is a painful one that came to mind along the way, but I am very grateful that I didn't, because even after that there were a whole lot of rumors came up in the news about them, international news, about what their chemicals doing to farmers and etc. etc. So it was a very good decision after the fact,
For me, so I want to echo what Alpha said in terms of finding a team. Why that was incredibly difficult for me is because a lot of the young people do not have a background in waste management. And so that proved a bit of a challenge for me to get people with the required skill set. So what I had to do is to be willing to work with them to do the coaching and the training while they are supporting the work that we're doing, to continue to encourage them. So I literally am building my team, and recognizing as well too that I don't know everything. And so there are those who are coming with different eyes, watching it through different lenses, and they would be able to contribute. One of the other things that was incredibly difficult for me is a lot of what I do sits in the realm of intellectual property. So I get paid on what I know, which is in here. And what I have found is that there were a number of, I think we might have to have a session with big name companies, right? Just to tell them how they should interact with us. Because they see us as the experts, but they use that to their advantage. So what was happening with me is that in the, oh gosh, that big name company, come here, my boy, I want to work with them because credibility, yeah? I was often taken advantage of. I was often met with time to have meetings, consultation happening, and then they turn around and get somebody else.
Oh boy.
So they would have used the information that they would have gotten from me to put their necessary plans and policies and programs in place. That was still is the biggest painful thing I had to experience, because I felt used, I felt taken advantage of, I couldn't understand. A day I cried for 3 days straight. I just couldn't understand why. And so I now have to decide, okay, what are the systems that I'm going to put in place to protect myself? So if they come to me, okay, my husband said, you need to stop talking to people. Because my heart, so, I lead with my heart, right? So everybody is yes. But I have to be willing to sometimes be difficult because of the way that it will serve me and benefit me in the long run. Okay, so we have set up a consultation time. We have, which is based on my schedule, and they will choose a time for them, right? The other thing that I've done is I had to implement somewhat of a cost for proposal writing, because writing proposal takes time. And if you're not willing to compensate me for that time, then there is a cost, whether I ask you to pay it or not, attached to that. And then, therefore, I would subtract it. If you choose me, I'll subtract it thereafter. But sometimes you have to be willing to be hard for you and your business, to be tough. And so that's understanding those things. But that intellectual property thing, because I am in the education space, in the trading space, protecting what I know is really, really critical for the kind of work that I do. Sure.
I'm saying this could be a kind of a contradiction to networking, because not everybody will have the leverage that you have.
Right.
And this is why some people are kind of reluctant to really tend to hold
things close to the chest.
Rather than
yeah.
go to the network. So there is where you could also find some hesitancy with regards to people fearing what you...
Exactly, and that's why I completely understand that hesitancy. But you have to be... One of the things that I learned, let me say it this way. You have to be mindful that you're not... Strategy conversations is different to talking about your business conversations. So, and the process and the how-to is what you keep close here. But just generally speaking about what you do, that is what you do in networking.
The local people, or when I say local people, don't be too quick to want to start making profit, but start to build. Well, what I'm trying to say is that we have a group of people here, and it appears everybody on the same page and the same thinking. So this is the way we should start. Rather, I'm just trying to see how well we could differentiate between what you get into, as you explained,
Mm-hmm.
to what networking is.
Yeah, well, for me, that's how I separate the two. So we're in a meeting thing. So Alpha, so Sean, so tell me what you do now, right? And I will say, well, Alpha, as a result of working in my waste management program, I help people reduce their costs, save money, and blah 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 blah. That's not strategy. That's just telling Alpha what I do.
Yeah.
And so that's how I make the differentiation. I'm not going to tell you. So if you say, Sean, I have this recycling program I want to set up here, and I'm trying to figure out how to get the community involved and what I need to do, how do I get them to shift their mindsets and change behavior, and how do I set up systems to collect the recyclables. That is a consultation conversation. So that's a different thing altogether. Me and you walking on the road and going to have that conversation. You make time to meet with me, step into my office, virtual, right? So that is when you have those kinds of conversations. And one of the things that, you know, a lesson that Alpha learned that he had shared with me, with the book in particular. Now, as a newbie book author, I want to read my book everywhere. I want to share it everywhere. But one of the things that he told me about, he said, Sean, listen, I know you want to get your book out there, but you also need to get your book sold. That is what continuing to support what you're doing. And you could use that money now to write more books, to have little merch. Because I went and I do a little talk for some young men, and they say, Auntie, where my merch? How you looking nice? So, right? So all of those, to be able to have jerseys and, all of those things as well. So you have to do things with a specific intention. And so Alpha talked about saying no sometimes when it's not to your benefit. Today self, I was supposed to have another thing right after this. I am for a week. I'm like, do I say no? Do I say no? For a whole week, I think about it, I sleeping on it, I waking up, I think about it again, right? But sometimes there are things where you know it's not right, but you will do it just because. For me, I have a huge fear of not being liked. I've been open with you all in this room. Yes. I have a huge fear of not being liked. You want to give me a hug? Right? So everything I did was seeped in that. I want to be liked. I don't want nobody to tell me no. I don't want to say no to anybody. Because what they go say about me if I say no? So, but for me it is, and I'm sharing that with you all because we all are human beings and we all experience these things. It took me a while to understand that that's where that was coming from, all the way back into my childhood. And so understanding Sean in business, a friend told me Sean is B before F in the alphabet, business before friends. So if you want to run your thing as a business, you want to make money. One of my friends, Lucia, was talking about it, and then I listen to a lot of different people. I like to immerse myself sometimes. And he said, Sean, your mission and your money are not separate. Your mom is to say it again. Yeah. Think about it. Your mission and your money are not separate. We've been told that it is. We've been told that you can't have the mission and make the money. When I started out, the business community looking at me sideways because all I want to do is do my waste management and environmental work. And then, believe it or not, the NGO community looking at me sideways because I'm concerned about creating services and products to make money from. So I always felt like I was between a rock and a hard place because I want to be in the business and then I want to be with my NGO community. And that's when I found social entrepreneurship and understood what it means. Your money and your mission are not separate. So keep that in the back of your mind. Because if you separate it, you'll think, no, I just want to do the impactful work that I'm doing. I'm not concerned. But how are you going to sustain yourself? How are you going to survive? And that was hard for me. Developing prices was our next painful lesson I had to learn. Pricing my services. Because I tell all I want to do everything for free. That can't work. It's not a hobby. Right? I have a family. The bills don't stop. Exposure doesn't pay bills. The bills don't stop. Did you sell and tell me, oh, go Chan, I'm going to give you a little break this month. Eh? All right. Don't pay the internet. Hello? And I tell you all, I online, I need the internet. Right? So, Israel, that was one of the lessons. It's still a lesson that I'm learning in terms of understanding when you have products and services, what is the best way to price those products and services so that you not only cover your costs, but you make something to go into the jar that will continue to allow you to have the impact that you want to have. Right? So, Jamie, what were your painful lessons?
Thank you so much, Dan. So for me, our painful lessons in the onset of, setting up an education technology company were that we did not fully differentiate or identify our target audience properly. Yeah, we have those issues in here. You have to identify your target audience. And I say that to say, Smart Term is software, an education software, and we have multiple audiences, who are direct users, who are end users, and who are our paying customers. So earlier on I said our stakeholders are students, parents, teachers, principals, the school, and then governments, right? But in that equation, when we first started, we just wanted to get the information out. So we were targeting students, we were targeting parents, we were targeting schools, and to some end we were targeting governments. But who are the paying people in that equations? Students can't pay us. The school, they are paying, but to some extent, especially here in Trinidad, you understand? The schools never have the money. You understand? They don't have that type of funding. So our target audience, and this comes after maybe 2 years after in trying to sell and trying to push that out and refining our model and understanding who's the paying, who really is paying. You understand? And we had to go from bottom up to now top down. We have to now be targeting governments, meeting with governments, sharing this idea with them. Some of them say no, some of them don't believe, in what we're doing, but those are our audience at the end of the day, our paying audience. And you have to, really define who are those persons for you. I talked about even niching down. So some of the services we have in our platform, we have over 40 modules that one school can benefit from. And, we were kind of fixated on, yes, we're selling a platform, but then there's 40 modules and we want to push everything, but you can't. It will be too much information for them to consume. So you look at their pain points, you look at their challenges, So one of the things that we would ask, or we would, ask teachers or ask school, what are your challenges as a teacher in the school? What are some of the pain points of the school? As principals, you are operating the school, you're managing the school. What are your pain points? So you really want to get to that level where this is a challenge and your business will come now as a solution that will alleviate those challenges for that particular potential customer. So you really want to do some research. That's another thing. Sometimes we start businesses and we feel we know it all. We do not know it all, and we learn quickly that we really do not know it all. So it's either you position yourself in such a way where you can consult, Get the persons with that expert knowledge coming in, however you get them, if you have to pay them a stipend. But I know that's challenges of startup as well. We don't have that funding to do that. But do some research, figure out, information on certain things. You have to be, as managers, as CEOs, you have to be able to understand where is the trajectory of my business going. You have to understand. You don't have to probably know it from a full-on technical aspect of it, or really how to do it, but you have to have an idea. So in that way, as Shan mentioned, when consultancy comes up or you have to meet with persons, you will not lose out. They can come and tell you something different to what you know. You understand? So you would know how to govern your business, how to govern yourself, and how to, make the best possible deals for yourself. And that comes through information, comes through knowing. You, as a business owner, you have to know where you are going to take that business in the next 5 years. If you have to know that, because anybody could come and say, well, as Alpha mentioned, this company want to invest $1 million in the organization. You would say, yes, this is good. Let me grab it. It's the money. But you really, if you have that vision of your organization and your missions and your goals and how you foresee your organization going, you would understand now, well, this organization does not align with my values, with my goals. So you would not just jump to anything that comes that looks shiny, that looks like gold to you. You would really process it, you'll analyze it, and make the right and best decisions for you.
I want to ask you all a question. And this is for Alpha and Jamie too. One of the things about being a social entrepreneur is also having support. I talked about it before, but I wanted to hear from you guys as well. I know Alpha is a married man and thing. I don't know Jamie business too much. But what does support for you look like? What does it feel like? Because oftentimes in this journey it can be very lonely, and so you need to have people around you that can keep you motivated, keep your spirits up. So what does support look like for the both of you?
Yeah, for me, my wife is like fully supportive of the work I do. And as a matter of fact, she is in the work as well, despite she's a primary school teacher with the government. She's still very much active in all that we do. So like even this morning, she was in the market with me, and she had to drive and go to school after, for 8 o'clock. She actually came out with her own brand as well, pimento powder. Yeah, Candy Spices pimento powder. Look for it in Massey stores. So she came out with her own brand coming out of a program that we had called the AID Lab, the Agripreneur Incubator Design Lab. We make chocolate as well. She'd also train other people to make chocolate. So from that aspect, it's like full support from her, despite she having her own profession going on. We came back from Brooklyn like about last week. And she was with me as well, and another YFAM team member at a global summit called Thought for Food. So she went there as well, promoting her brand. So like we're doing our thing together, And then besides that, I was hearing Shan talking about her mother, still kind of trying to, go and get a job. I think the day that will change, because it changed for me. I never had my mom pushing down my throat like go and find a job, but my father coming out of the oil and gas and petrotrain guy, although his hobby is agriculture, but then back then they weren't taught that agriculture could be a profession, So as he got retired from petrotrain, he's hired as at YFAM right now. Likewise, my mother as well too, So like that's when it will change. You gotta hire them. So eventually, when you hire them, and not that they will, no, that is when it will hit them, that you can pay. And then that they are now what they want you to become, an employee, they became your employee. So then they realize you are the boss, because it doesn't hit them that, you know, the person who they want you to go and work with, that person doing that's what you did. They put their belly out and they start something. Whatever corporation, company, institution, they start something now. So that is when it will kind of flip. Exactly. Yeah, they're trying to throw a job in your face, you know? Yeah. Right. So it will flip. Yeah. Yeah. I know I'm going to ask you about that. When you got the award, how was it for her?
So when I got the award, I didn't tell her anything. Because I was kind of fearful of the response, and I didn't know how she would respond. So after what happened, what had happened was one of her friends saw me on TV and said, "Hey, I see Shani on TV and she getting big award, you know." Mommy said, said, "When you see on TV?" She said, "Yeah, thing, and she get something with Netco." I said, "Okay." So I realized that she didn't know how to ask me about it. So she said, in her quiet voice, which I don't get very often, she said, "Shani, so I hear you get an award." I said, "Yes, Mommy." She said, "But why you didn't tell me? I want to know." I said, "Well, Mommy, I thought that you wouldn't really think that I was important. The 10-year-old Shan is what came out." And she said, no, you must tell me, I want to know." And I said, "Well, alrighty, next one," because there will be others. I said, "All right, Mommy, the next one I will tell you." So my father, who I really think is responsible for me having a love of the environment, because my daddy's in Cub Scouting, and you'll hear me say my daddy, right? I'm a daddy's girl. So he taught me the conservation law, which is you always leave a place cleaner than you've met it. And so I have been picking up after myself and other people for as long as I can remember. So Daddy really taught me about having a love for nature and experiencing that all that nature has to offer. But my father more so, he realizes, because I have always been, even as a child, I used to tell my parents what I'm going to do next. So, okay, all right, Shan, so after you finish secondary school, what you want to do? I want to do A-levels and I want to study physics. Okay, so what you want to do that? I want to go to university and study physics. Okay, so what you want to do after that? I have always been telling them what I want to do. So they never had to really ask me. My brother, on the other hand, is a different story. But they never had to ask me what it is I wanted to do, because in my mind, I already had a plan and a chart forward. So Daddy, knowing that that's the child, because I'll always be his baby, the child that I am, would say, you know what? When she makes up her mind about something, she does it. So as much as he is scared for me, as much as they are, because I have children, and they want to make sure, they always tell me, once my grandbaby's all right, you know, once my grandbaby's all right. So they want to make sure that the children and the family is okay. My dad now he would say, "So Shani, you have anything for me to do? You know, your father retired. I have real time on my hands, you know." So now he would say that to me to get himself involved, because he realized, okay, now she is shifting from this thing. She's staying with this thing it hard. She telling me about sometimes it had more month than money. She you know, but she's unwavering. And so he now, Alpha, is more on the band. He's more on the wagon. He's on the train, right? I still massaging Mommy a little bit, But as I said, she will support me in the ways that she knows how. So if I realize, oh gosh, I need a little help, she will help. Or if I need her to watch the children, she'll watch the children. Or because support doesn't always mean financial support. I have little ones. So if I have a meeting like today, and my children, I was telling Shem, my children were vomiting all last night. I almost didn't make it today. And I was telling them, I said, but I come in. They up and about, they moving, so I come in. And, you know, having granny come and say, well, no, give me my grandbabies. I go take them. You go to your meeting. You go. Wherever you need to go. That support is invaluable. Because when you need it is when, it don't always happen, you know, but for me, it is those things. So I am like, okay, when I get it, thank you, Jesus. All right. For vacation, granny said, no, I go keep my grandchildren. What you have to do? You go and do it, Shani. Only go ahead. Because my husband is also an entrepreneur. Right? So we have things to do, we have places to go. So support for me is being present. Yeah. It's being present. So Jamie, your turn.
Yes. So Ashan put my business out there. I don't have a significant other in that way to say I get that support. So I'm putting my resume out there. And you think, right? It's out there. But in terms of support, I have like my sisters, my mom is there, but they don't get it all of the time. They don't get it. You know, similar to Shan's mom, just last month my mom, she came and she say, them people paying you. Almost every month my mother just asks me, are you getting paid? You want to send out some more applications? You know, because I could say, like, since graduating, I've been sending out applications, government jobs, wherever. The responses, they ain't even calling you back to say you didn't get, you didn't get through the application. So I've kind of forgotten, going to 8 to 4. I don't even want to go to 8 to 4. I like my flexibility in entrepreneurship. But yeah, so we have to forgive our parents and we have to forgive our siblings and those who don't understand when you have a 10 o'clock meeting, just to meet somebody on the other side of the world in their time zone. We have to forgive them. We really do have to forgive them. So, but, they try to support how they can in whichever way, as Shan say, even something as watching the kids or something as your mom making breakfast, that type of thing. That's how they know how to, So, we really, really have to, thank them along the way for that and show them that appreciation still, and just kind of be within yourself and know that you have to understand. We need to understand. And in that way, for me, I've developed that hard shell, so to speak. I've developed that self-motivation, because even in my family, like, you can say I'm the only one who's kind of like in entrepreneurship. They grow up with that mindset, get a job, go to school, or, just not having the information and the knowledge of how to start something. Even if something is being started, it's like they still don't have the information and the whereabouts, and, sometimes something may start and then it fall on, the ground there. So I have developed self-motivation, which has kept me, because even in the beginning where the company was now developing, and you can't pay yourself, but you just have to know, okay, the little ends, the little thing, you have to make do. So self-motivation is key on this journey of entrepreneurship, because sometimes you may feel like, I don't want to get up from this bed, I don't want to make this meeting, but you have to, you have to push. You have to really push and move and take the next steps forward, and you have to always reassure yourself, that type of thing, to get to move forward and to, improve and grow and develop your business.
Do you have any questions?
Any more questions?
Yes, I have a hard question. So, no, they are different topics. So, So with in the context of a social entrepreneur, right? The profits that you generate from the business could either go back into the company, right, which would class it similar to a traditional entrepreneur, or it could be invested in social projects, or given back in some form, whether it be discounts or in some way. How has your businesses or your personal experience, right, in dealing with social entrepreneurship, how have you all innovated with socially, right, in terms of maybe some programs or the business model that you adopt, right, to give back socially? Because until recently have just found out about social entrepreneurship and that class, right? I always intrinsically, we all have this nature to give back, right? And sometimes the business that you are actually in is not directly in line with maybe one of the sustainable goals for it to be, something that you could involve in the business model, and you might have to do like a separate project or a program to consider yourself a social entrepreneur and giving back, right? Many of you may have businesses as directly in line. So just to get some idea as to how you've innovated, right, and as being a social entrepreneur, could give some insight into how we as entrepreneurs can adopt these kind of methods.
So that's a great question. So for me, I do a bit of both. So there's some reinvestment back into the business for the operations to continue. And then there's also that social side. So for me, I do a lot of work with children and youth. I love up my babies. So I do, I hosted a virtual puppet show right here in the embassy, which is, and the children didn't pay a thing. It was absolutely free. And I said that I want to do another one in person, because that one was virtual, as my way of giving back. I mentor a lot of young people as well, so I give of my time. And I also do institute some programs as well too. So one of the things that I am really passionate about as well too in the waste sector is organic waste and food waste. So I love teaching people how to compost, and understanding the importance of doing that. So it's a combination of all those things to me, depending on the time that I have available, the resources that I have available, and any opportunities that may come up. So it is, you can do a combination, you can do either or, it doesn't matter. Because my business is rooted in Sustainable Development Goal 12, which is responsible consumption and production, right? And so everything that we do is linked to that, and then it's also linked to quality education, because I'm teaching children about waste. I'm teaching the general population about waste and where things go. My number one question I get asked is, where do I take X thing? Shana, have a laptop. Who does take that? Those are the kinds of questions I get asked all the time. So much so that I developed a checklist of, it's called Throw Your Waste in the Right Place. Yeah, like that, nice, right? Lord Funny sang that calypso. I love our local culture. So he sang the calypso, Throw Your Waste in the Right Place. And so I use that to honor our local calypsonian. But I just like how it sounds too, because that's what I'm telling people, to throw it in the right place. So from e-waste to used oil to fluorescent bulbs to bulky waste to paper to plastics. And I tell people, I say, if there's something not on the list, tell me and I'll add it. So those are sharing information too is another way. I have free information that I share, right? Because I just want people to do better things. I always say it's not always about doing things better, but sometimes you simply need to do better things. So what are the better things that I can encourage people to do? So I like the hush-push of mixing, of putting it back in and running the social projects and just doing some give back in terms of, but my predominant focus in terms of the give back is mainly with children and young people. Yeah?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we captured a lot of it there. I mean, for us, everything that we do is kind of give back. Like, so for example, even the comics that we create, which is educating children, you know, and telling these stories and inspiring them, that is something, whether it is they pay for it or some organization pays for it, because somebody had to pay for it. You know, I remember in the very early, you know, like we go to our expo and somebody would ask you, but until there's an NGO, how come all is selling this? I say, partner. When I go to the printry, I mean, the first guy was, you know, an angel that he gave us the copies for free, right? But when I go to the printry now, you know, I have to pay. I can't tell him I'm an NGO and print it from him for free. So I have to pay to get it printed. So that means to say you have to pay for it. So and even if we at an event and we're doing giveaways, somebody pay for it, you know. You know, whether that was part of a program that we say, you know, they're gonna give out 100 copies of the comic or something like that. So like, you know, developing the community gardens, working with partners to do that, all those things are social programs that somebody is paying for us to be able to go in and do that. So in other words, I wanted to look at the give back. Not only, well, you just, okay, go in and do a homework center with somebody and you just giving off your time. You can sustain that. You know, you need to get money from somebody, somewhere, somehow, to be able to pay you, you know, and your colleagues to be able to get to cover that cost. Even if it's just to cover the cost, you know, because you can take, you know, $500 every week to go and do that. Your $500 will run out, right? So look at the give back in that way as well, too. In terms of the program that you design, it's naturally a give back because it's something, a societal problem that you're solving, you know, and you come up with a solution for it, whether it may be a tangible product, whether it may be a service, whether it may be a program, or whether you combine three things, because I would say at YFAM, we combine tangible, we have the comics, we have the Agriman Callaloo Park, we have products as well. So we actually have a farm, right? But then we have education, we have trainings, we have the Agripreneur Mastermind program, we have going into communities and develop community gardens, we have, you know, grow boxes and selling grow boxes from pallets, and we have selling soil. And so we have a lot of products as well as services as well, you know, that we would then be able to get people to buy, you know. Maybe in a speaker as well too. So eventually you start to charge for your speaking. You know, I mean, I ain't send Shem bill as yet. He ducked in the back down there. So he gave me some food and I get to meet all these lovely people. So that is my pay for today. And exactly, that's my give back today too. Yeah. You know, so you understand? But I mean, when whoever call and this one and that one call, we had to send them an invoice for speaking and that kind of thing. Because you're sharing a unique story. Everybody have a story, yeah? Everybody have this authentic story. I remember the first time I got invited on a big stage, I would say, in Rome to share my story. I was like, I don't know what the story really is. But I worked with a coach who helped me because she sat with me and I just had to tell her how I reached to this point. But I wasn't able at that point to like bring it as a story as yet that I could go on a stage and tell. And she worked with me to be able to design that story now, to come up with the story. But I have the story, I have the information, but with her coaching, I was able to put it together and orchestrate it, you know, and went on that stage. And then there was just a snowball effect from there. You know, that went to being a keynote speaker here, the UN, and Thought for Food. Eventually to TEDx Amsterdam, then eventually to Israel, and then just a snowball effect. And even from that, from doing the TEDx talk, I got an article written by Forbes magazine. And that, when I spoke to the Bill Gates Foundation, like after the fact of winning, they said they saw my TEDx talk and they saw the article from Forbes. And that was like an accreditation. To be able to like, okay, yeah, this fella know what he's doing. This organization is worthy of getting this, you know. So that's that snowball effect, and getting in these rooms, telling your story. That in itself is a give back, you know. So look at it like that. Frame it in a way where it's not just, well, my associates, okay, let me give a quick example as well, right? There's a guy in he works in Cambodia. His company is called Lucky Iron Fish, and this was the first global social entrepreneur I think I case study I met and I understood. So what he does is that he is solving a problem in Cambodia where people being, I guess, having lack of iron, I guess being anemic, right? And what he did in Cambodia, the fish is a lucky symbol for them. So he created or developed an iron fish, like a literal iron out of metal, carved it on as a fish, and what they do, they put that in their pot. Weird, right? And they put that in their pot, and it's building their iron now. So he's solving a social problem, and he's making money from and his company, Lucky Iron Fish, and he is getting thousands and thousands of dollars of funding from all different agencies because he's fixing a problem in Cambodia. So you see how simple